For Smart Money Talk with Mike and Rob.
Smart Money Talk brought to you by Advanced Planning Advisors, helping you achieve financial security.
Send your questions to smartmoneytalk.net. That's smartmoneytalk.net. Then start your morning with Smart Money Talk with Mike Moylan and me, Rob Kirby.
Saturday mornings at 6 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Welcome to Move Time Radio, presented by the Arthritis Foundation. And we're smack dab in the middle of our dance-a-thon to fight arthritis pain. Me, I've been grooving for 10 hours straight, baby, but I'm a boogie machine. See, movement is just one of the ways to help fight osteoarthritis pain. Another is weight loss. You get rid of just 1 pound. That's 4 pounds of pressure off each knee. For more information on managing pain, visit fightarthritispain.org. Then meet me on the dance floor. This message brought to you by the Arthritis Foundation and the Ad Council.
AM 560, The Answer.
Thanks for being with us. A Nebraska man worried about the well-being of his Florida grandmother after Hurricane Matthew had a pizza delivered to her home to make sure she was safe. Good story from UPI and local TV. Lance Tyler, a delivery driver at the Papa John's Pizzeria in Palm Coast, said an order came in Sunday after the hurricane. Eric from Omaha wanted to check on his grandma, 87-year-old Claire Olson, in Palm Coast. Eric's instructions included asking the delivery guy, Tyler, to call back when he was at Ms. Olson's home. Tyler handed the phone to Ms. Olson, who explained her phone had been disconnected by the storm, so she was unable to contact family. Eric said he decided to order the pizza after striking out with authorities. Claire Olson said her pepperoni pizza was fantastic, and she has since been able to reconnect her phone. Grandson Eric joked, police and fire couldn't do it, but Papa John's got there in 30 minutes and put the cell phone to her ear. There's some marketing for you. That'll do it for this hour. For Jennifer Kashenka, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Introducing the perfect getaway, nestled in the prairie, a place you can go to unload the stress of the day and recharge your inner peace. A place that fills your senses with fresh air and the sweet sounds of your Second Amendment rights being exercised. It's where you go to clear your head.
Set your sights for the range at 355. Shoot in a brand new state-of-the-art facility with 2 ranges, one programmable for distance and the other for turning and tactical drills, featuring Mancom Touch Plus and Mancom Touch and Go systems. Trust us, it's cool. The range at 355, situated on a private parcel of wetlands at the crossroads of I-55 and 355, right off Boughton Road. A shooting oasis with a full array of firearms, ammunition, accessories, and classes with professional guidance and courteous instruction. Take a vacation from the mundane. The range at 355, founded by patriots like you.
For range hours and info, visit range355.com.
It's news, opinion, insight. It's AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Donald Trump accused of doing more than just locker room talking, as he described last week's video. Women are coming forward claiming unwanted sexual advances. The New York Times details 2 incidents.
One of the women claims that more than 30 years ago, Trump began touching her inappropriately during a flight to New York City. The other woman claims she was working as a receptionist at Trump Tower 11 years ago when she met Trump outside an elevator and introduced herself before he kissed her on the cheeks and then on the mouth.
Fox's Garrett Tenney says the Republican is threatening to sue the Times, wanting a retraction, putting out a statement that reads,
"It is absurd to think that one of the most recognizable business leaders on the planet with a strong record of empowering women in his companies would do the things alleged in this story. And for this to only become public decades later in the final month of a campaign for president should say it all."
The Palm Beach Post also details another woman's accusation, and a People magazine reporter has a similar claim. Trump says the media is dishonest and not giving enough attention to Clinton campaign hacked emails released by WikiLeaks.
If Donald Trump sneezes today, it's a major story.
A gunfight in Boston last night.
I think we have an officer down. Ambulances, please.
Okay, we need an ambulance.
That's audio from Broadcastify. 2 police officers were shot by a man in body armor and a rifle as they responded to a domestic disturbance. They're in extremely critical condition this morning. Other officers shot and killed the gunman. The U.S. goes on the attack in Yemen, firing Tomahawk missiles, taking out 3 radar sites in rebel-controlled areas along the Red Sea coast. Days after rebels fired 2 missiles at a U.S. Navy destroyer that fell far short of the ship. It's a stormy day in Bermuda.
We expect Nicole to be a major hurricane when it moves near Bermuda.
Eric Blake of the National Hurricane Center says Nicole will hit this morning with a 130-mile-an-hour wind, could have dangerous storm surge. This as flooding grows in North Carolina. Rivers keep rising far from the coast after Hurricane Matthew hit. 20 of the 36 people killed by the storm have died in that state's floods. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Skies are cloudy. We have 43 degrees this morning. It's 5:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Officials in a Chicago suburb say this morning there is no record that a student pilot killed in a small plane crash in Connecticut ever lived in that village, the village of Orland Hills, even though it has been identified as his home. Investigators said yesterday they believe that deadly small plane crash in Connecticut was an intentional act.
Information indicates that this plane crash was intentional, but I want to be crystal clear. The circumstances beyond that are still being investigated.
East Hartford Police Lieutenant Josh Litwin. Orland Hills Mayor Kyle Hastings says there's no record of Ferris Freitag, a Jordanian, ever living in the village. However, Freitag's father, who was not named, worked for a container company in nearby Alsip. Police chief there, Thomas Scully, says the father became friends with the owner of a neighboring business who allowed mail for the father and son to be delivered to his Orland Hills home. Cubs will find out later tonight who their opponent will be in the National League Division Championship Series as the Dodgers and Nationals face off in Game 5 of their NL Division Series. Cook County judge has once again told a Chicago police officer charged with murder that his defense team cannot have access to the teen's juvenile records. Chicago Tribune reporting Judge Patricia Martin barred Officer Jason Van Dyke's attorney from reviewing Laquan McDonald's records detailing his time as a ward of the state. Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel is cautioning the public it will take more than an increase in the budget to restore trust between police and the public. AM 560's David Stewart with a follow-up to Mayor Emanuel's budget release this week.
Mayor Emanuel says his new budget includes money for about half of the 970 new police officers the city plans to hire over 2 years. And he asked the public to help repair the relationship with police with a simple thank you when an officer does a service.
Take a moment and thank them. You have no idea how much energy and commitment they get from a simple thank you.
Emanuel also said he's planning a new police academy with better training in nonviolent conflict resolution. David Stewart, NBC News Radio, Chicago.
A Los Angeles police detective says another officer's death will not impede a rape investigation of former Bull and NBA player Derrick Rose. The Los Angeles Police Department saying Nadine Hernandez was one of several detectives investigating those allegations. Police say the 44-year-old died from a gunshot wound to the chest in a suspected suicide. Chicago sports, St. Louis over the Blackhawks 5-2 in the lid lifter on the regular NHL season. By the way, in case you missed it, Toronto Maple Leaf center, first overall draft pick last year, Auston Matthews, became the first player to score 4 goals in his NHL debut for the Leafs. And he did it in a loss to Ottawa. The news, a service of Subway. Try the new thick-cut autumn-carved turkey sandwich from Subway, featuring oven-roasted carved turkey served with a new sweet cranberry mustard sauce and sliced cheddar cheese on freshly baked 9-grain wheat bread. Get to Subway and try it today. 5:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The clock is ticking. The most important political event of the year comes to Chicago on October 29th. It's Freedom Summit 2016, featuring Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, Michelle Malkin, AM 560's Mike Gallagher, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and Joe Walsh. And just added, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, author of Defeating Jihad. Tickets start at just $39 and are available at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Precision Payroll of America, Automated Systems Incorporated, and by Best Dental Group.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Hey, have you waited to buy a MyPillow? You're in luck. Right now, when you buy one premium MyPillow, you'll still get the second one for free, baby. But you'll also receive 2 additional Go Anywhere MyPillows for free. So you're actually getting 2 premium and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows for the price of only 1. It's the best offer ever. Nearly every AM 560 host endorses MyPillow because it's the best. The National Sleep Foundation agrees because they made it their official pillow. It's washable to remove all the ickies that cause allergies, acne, and asthma, so it's healthy, and you'll sleep better. Visit MyPillow.com. Click the radio listener special tab and use the promo code Joe. You'll get 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere for the price of 1. Or you can call 1-800-489-0201, mention the radio listener special, and use the promo code Joe. That's MyPillow.com or 1-800-489-0201.
Hi, I'm Mary Beth. I had a failed root canal, and it was causing me pain. Dr. Neruzzi took care of my tooth, and I got my implant, and then I had another after that fail, and he did that one as well. And the experience was, they were amazing. It was not painful at all like I thought it was going to be, and I was very, very, very nervous about the whole thing. Nobody enjoys getting, implants or dental work, and I procrastinated, but I had to have it done. And he took me in immediately and took care of it. And he made it really affordable. They're very accommodating to people that cannot afford to have it done. I would recommend Dr. Neruzzi to anybody, and I have given him referrals. My own sister had hers done by him.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
I just love CertaPro painters. They've been to our home twice now, painted our chipped front porch and my son's bedrooms. Sharp lines, vibrant colors. And fall is right around the corner, the season of colors, so now is the perfect time to update your home. Whether it's a bold new warm color for the dining room or a fresh take on your home's exterior, call CertaPro painters to transform and protect your home before cold weather arrives. Plus, the holidays will be here before you know it. So now is the perfect time to give your home that updated look you've been wanting. Call now to schedule your fall painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA. I trust CertaPro painters in my home. They were nice guys. They cleaned up after themselves. There wasn't a single drop of paint anywhere except on my beautiful walls. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, so you'll feel confident knowing that these are local business owners who are part of your community. Call now for your free fall painting estimate at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's 1-800-GOCERTA. Or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
These are not memories that you want.
Let's get an update on the roads this early morning.
And I don't think
AM
I said a word
560
during
Traffic
the
Center. Jim
I started
Talamonte.
telling
Good morning,
my story
Jim.
about a year and a half
on the
ago
Kennedy
when it became
Expressway
apparent
outbound.
that
It's stop
Trump
and go
was
from
actually
Harlem to
running for
Cumberland.
president.
Overnight road work wrapping up. 2 left lanes are still blocked there. The express lanes just now have been closed. They'll be flipping to the inbound side. We're not seeing any inbound delays. Adams Tollway, eastbound I-90, it's stop and go. Arlington Heights Road to Bussey, but road work there is clearing, so those delays are starting to break up. We also have some delays on the inbound Bishop Ford Freeway, 115th Cottage Grove, after some overnight work. Traffic is a service of Napa Auto Parts. When you pick up the 99-cent reusable bag from participating Napa Auto Parts stores, you're not just getting a bag, you're getting 20% off the stuff you put in it. That's Napa know-how. While supplies last, minimum 3 items purchased, some restrictions apply. Offer expires 10/31/16. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, here is meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, mostly sunny and cooler with a high of 56. Tonight, clear and moonlit with a low 38. Tomorrow, a mostly sunny day, high 65, and a clear and moonlit night tomorrow night, low 52. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently, we have 44 at O'Hare, 47 along the lakefront. It's 44 at Midway, 41 this morning in Aurora. Your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Advanced Planning Advisors, bringing you Smart Money Talk with Mike Moylan and Rob Curvin, Saturday mornings at 6.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Amy is doing some last-minute scouting of the Nationals and Dodgers to inform the Cubs front office before the League Championship Series, so she'll be here in just a couple of moments. But some breaking developments overnight in the matter of Donald Trump, and that is accusers have come forward. 4 women have come forward to say that Donald Trump did do what he described doing on that audio tape that was released last Friday. Him discussing with Billy Bush how Trump gets the ladies. Asked about it at the debate on Sunday night, asked by Anderson Cooper, did you ever do those things you said you did, or was it just that locker room talk you described? He said never did it. And now there are 4 women who are suggesting that he did do it. One is Rebecca Leeds, and she tells a story 35 years ago now, 35 years ago on a flight in first class with Donald Trump.
These are not memories that you want to go over. It's been somewhat unnerving since Friday to be rehashing it so many times. You suppress it. It's not part of your active thinking every day, but you don't forget.
So that's how she characterized it, and here's the specific recounting of the incident in question.
It was over 35 years ago. I was hired by a newsprint company. I was a sales rep. I was traveling in the Middle West. I was coming back into New York City, and it was on that flight that the stewardess asked me would I like to move up to first class. I didn't need to be asked twice. And I sat down next to a young man, blonde, tall, and he introduced himself as Donald Trump. I was not really aware of the real estate world of Trump. We just chatted back and forth, nothing particular. It wasn't until they cleared the meal that somehow or another the armrest in the seat disappeared, and it was a real shock when all of a sudden his hands were all over me. He started encroaching on my space. And I hesitate to use this expression, but I'm going to. And that is, he was like an octopus. It was like he had 6 arms. He was all over the place. And if he had stuck with the upper part of the body, I might not have gotten that upset. But it's when he started putting his hand up my skirt. And that was it. That was it. I was out of there.
So that's Rebecca Leeds, one of the accusers, a New York Times story yesterday.
Yeah, she was sitting in coach and apparently had gotten bumped up to first class.
Yeah,
at
she
Donald
described.
Trump's
So
request.
you were flying first class 35 years ago. I was not. I was
Yeah.
barely of this earth at that time.
I would
what
get
about
bumped
that?
up to first class sometimes. Like, remember, but by women, not men.
No. What about the seats?
What do you mean?
'Cause
I don't physically.
she said the armrest disappeared.
Yeah. Well,
And
in
first
first class,
class
there is
and-
no armrest because you have a little table in between you two.
Well, okay. So
Well-
there's a divider is the
Yeah.
point. I mean, at least there is now. I don't know what it was like 35 years ago, shortly after
Yes.
the Wright brothers
you-
invented the flying
Are you saying I'm
contraption.
74 years old? That's what I'm thinking. You're ripping on my age.
I don't know. I don't know how old you were when you were flying in first
Well,
class 35
if
years
this
ago. I just know you were
octopus
there.
Activity and groping and going underneath her skirt was taking place. Don't you think the stewardess, which by the way is now called a flight attendant, thank you, would have said
Thank you.
something, or maybe the co-pilot would come back and we have a problem. Help! I'm being groped.
The
He's
co-pilot-
going up my skirt. Oh yeah, somebody in the cockpit would come out because if people behave badly, an authoritative figure from the cockpit comes up and they settle they help out. I mean, I'm surprised that it lasted that long.
Are
I
you
mean,
sure you're not
the sheer
confusing this
hell that she
with the
went
movie Airplane? I don't think Peter Graves is coming out to resolve any disputes.
No, if there's somebody's getting attacked by another passenger, they get involved.
Well, the
Flight
issue,
attendants.
right? Well, right. So the issue is corroboration, because if he was behaving violently, and that's sort of the way she's describing it,
Oh yeah.
in first class, I think other people would notice, and it would be fairly easy for her to, say, hey, can somebody give me a little help over here? I got somebody, on me like white on rice over here, and I don't like it.
I'm not going to power through this.
I mean, I don't want
Give me
to I don't want to trivialize it, but it's 35 years ago. She said she started telling her story a year and a half ago when it became clear Trump was going to run for president. And
well, there's so much. I mean,
I don't know.
What are the Fab Five do you like best? I don't. My starting lineup here are the 5 Trump accusers now that have come out. Pretty much in the last 24 hours. I don't know which one I like best. I kind of like the Miss America or Miss Arizona, Tasha Dixon. She's pretty good. She said that he came into the pageant room when they were half naked, changing from the evening gown into the bikini. Here's her tale of woe.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis. Who do you complain to? He owns the pageant. So there's no one to complain to. Everyone there works for him.
I'm sorry, what did he allegedly do to
Okay,
her?
hold on here. Wait for it.
To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him, get his attention.
I don't know who was victimized more, Leeds or Dixon.
Well, I'm sorry. One is alleging sexual assault.
Mm-hmm.
The other is alleging what exactly?
Glance that he inappropriately walked into the dressing room of a pageant that he owns.
Okay, come on.
Yeah. I'm telling you, this led the news on ABC last night.
I
That's why
know.
I'm bringing you
Well,
this tale of woe of Miss Dixon.
I
of
understand.
Tasha.
I understand, but the Miss Dixon's tale of woe isn't much of a tale of woe, is it? Or am I
No,
being a misogynist?
No, you're not. That's
mean,
why I'm being facetious here, that this woman claims.
Aren't you scantily clad in a pageant, like
Yeah.
during one of the competitions?
During most of the pageant, you're showing skin, 80% of skin.
So okay, well, so Miss
All right,
Dixon
you
is
go- all right,
out.
I like Miss Dixon, so you go with Leeds, I go with Dixon. What's wrong with that?
Well, you like Miss Dixon for what?
Because she's hot.
Oh, okay. Well,
Miss
that's
Leeds,
nice.
the years haven't been so kind to her.
Well,
I'm sorry, but all of these ladies, and there, there's the ex reporter from People Magazine who claimed that, she was sent to his Mar-a-Lago home to cover the 1 year anniversary of him and Melania, and that they went into a bedroom. He was showing her around the place. He shut the door and he shoved his tongue down her throat. She's come forward too.
This is the 22-year-old receptionist, Rachel Crooks.
This is the reporter for People Magazine.
Oh, so Rachel Crooks, who is a 22-year-old receptionist working in Trump Tower in 2005, said Trump cornered her outside an elevator, kissed her on the mouth. It was so inappropriate. I was so upset that I thought he was he thought I was so insignificant that he could do that. And there was another woman who's supposed to come forward on the Today Show today, with yet another allegation against Trump of unwanted touching.
But the one thing these ladies all have in common, Dan, is that they all decided to come forward because of the debate on Sunday night when Anderson Cooper asked him, have you done this, though? Have you groped anyone? And he said no. And they all, guys collectively stood up and said, that's a lie.
Do you find it at all curious that they all came forward simultaneously?
You mean within the last 24 hours? It's a little...
Is that just serendipitous for the Clinton campaign, or do you think this is organized in some way?
I'm going to have to say that they've all been reached out to by somebody in the Clinton camp, I think, and said, now's the time. We have less than a month. Listen to what he just said. He lied on stage. He lied to the American people. Come forward and tell your story.
Well, here's the thing, because in terms of coordination, there's the story of, from TMZ, which is, of course, the outlet of record when it comes to Hollywood and the media, and what's the difference? TMZ said NBC did, in fact, leak the Trump tape to the Washington Post and held on to it to maximize its impact. NBC knew about the Access Hollywood tape featuring Trump talking to Billy Bush, held on to it for a long time before it was released, held on to it to maximize its impact, TMZ reported yesterday. They were upset, network executives were upset that Hurricane Matthew hit, were worried that it would dominate the news instead of the tape, which they wanted to dominate the news for 48 hours leading into Sunday's debate. That was absolutely planned by NBC. And the Washington Post was their willing participant.
But the worst part about that whole story of NBC is that when they were going to air the story, they were going to take Billy Bush out of it completely. And his lewd comments and him egging Trump on, that's where they're sick. That is sick that they're going to edit because they didn't want Billy Bush's reputation to get tarnished, but yet they wanted Donald Trump's reputation destroyed. So thank goodness the Washington Post got it, because then they played the entire tape. We would not have had the entire tape had that not have happened.
Well, so here's the thing about this. I'm willing to go wherever the evidence leads in these allegation cases. They're very difficult because he said, she said, number one, if there's no corroborating witnesses or evidence. Number two, the distance in time, 35 years ago in the case of Mrs. Leeds. Boy, that's just a long time.
And then in some of these cases, these women weren't even assaulted or touched. Well, it's just the fact that he walked in as an appearance of an impropriety that has them up in arms.
I'm dismissing.
Let's go burn our bras.
I'm dismissing Miss Nixon's
claims.
Miss
Tasha Nixon.
I'm talking about criminal conduct.
Okay.
So that's a separate category.
But if you're as a man, if you see somebody on a plane with a guy groping a woman and sticking his hands up his skirt, you're going to get up and you're going to say, "Buddy, get off her." Stop it. So that is something that you would never forget as long as you lived.
Yeah, so I'm willing to go wherever the evidence leads on this, but I got to say, the timing and the synchronization of this from NBC releasing the tape in advance of the debate to now to Anderson Cooper's question, which was a legitimate question, but then to the New York Times a couple of days later having the story of 4 women simultaneously coming forward independent of one another. Boy, I don't know. It's hard to fathom all of these happy coincidences that benefit the Clinton campaign.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Cold one, chilly start to your day, that's for sure. 47 degrees right now at O'Hare, going up to a high of 56 degrees. We will have sunshine today. The rain is behind us, thank goodness. And then tomorrow, mostly sunny, a little bit warmer, a high of 63 degrees. How is that overnight road work going in the outbound Kennedy? Here's Jim Talamonte with the answer.
Yeah, nice October surprise there, right, Amy? Good morning. It was pretty heavy, and it still is a little slow from Sayre to Cumberland. That overnight work has finally cleared out of the 2 left lanes. Better late than never. And now it's just 22 minutes downtown to O'Hare. It was a lot worse earlier. The inbound side is fine, and the express lanes are now open inbound on the Kennedy. Edens is clear, so is the Eisenhower, so is the Stevenson. The Ryan, a little tight approaching downtown. Bishop Ford really slow this morning. Delays start at 115th. It's already 28 minutes. 8094 to the Ryan. It's 20 minutes on I-57. And in Chinatown, there's a hazmat situation. 2200 block of South Princeton, so not far south of Cermak. Some elevated carbon monoxide readings. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Building owners and managers. Bruce Diedrich here from Waukegan Roofing. It's that time of year again. Another unpredictable Chicago winter is just around the corner. Now is the perfect time of year for a service and maintenance agreement with Waukegan Roofing. Waukegan Roofing has been installing and maintaining roofs you can rely on for all of Chicagoland. Our experienced team of service technicians is the right solution for your new or existing roofing system for years to come. With your dedicated service tech and our multi-point inspection program, we cover all areas of your roof, from early detection to preventative maintenance and repairs. Now is the time to prepare your roof for the harsh Chicago winter ahead. Call Waukegan Roofing today for your service and maintenance appointment. Call us at 877-ROOF-201, that's 877-ROOF-201, or visit us online at waukeganroofing.com. Waukegan Roofing, installing roofs you can rely on since 1914.
Illinois licensee 104000761.
We're the 32-year-old company whose first employee and first client are still working together. Hi, Tom Sadeka, CEO of Precision Payroll of America. If you are like me and are listening to this station, chances are we hold some common values and truths we hold self-evident. That's the main reason Precision Payroll attracts great clients and great employees. Precision Payroll of America operates at the core with fundamental principles that drive our attitude and delivery of service. We work hard to provide the best in pricing and value. In addition, with our great team that has been with us a long time, you are ensured a lasting relationship with people who understand your needs and always stand ready to serve. What sets us apart is that we view what we do as a great opportunity to serve others in a professional and technical capacity while building long-lasting relationships. That's what we treasure. If this message hits home, please call me at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507 or on the web at precisionpayroll.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, Trump's new Secret Service code name, Amy?
Octopus.
Octopussy.
Oh.
You know, like the James Bond character.
I know.
That's what I just want to make the reference. It
Okay.
wasn't a pornographic reference. It's just I think he reminds me of Maude Adams. That's why. Don't you? Yeah. All right, so let's get some calls in on this. How about Chip in St. Charles?
I feel so cheap. I was on a flight from New York to Washington, D.C., and I was asked by Hillary Clinton to grope her, but I had no rubber gloves at the time. And I can't live with myself to this day. I just don't know what to do.
Oh, Chip.
I hope
Chip,
you find the answer, Chip.
Your sarcasm inspires us all. Ed in Oak Brook, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
You know what? These are disturbing comments because a lot of people will vote on the whole free world based on this, but I don't understand the logistics. How do you, and this would be a good question for you, how would you even report this? Who would you call? Do you call the
Ghostbusters?
police? Call a lawyer? How does this get into the news? And this was so choreographed that it's actually sickening. And you know what, Jan, like you said yesterday, Trump should just really ignore it and just concentrate on things that are going to affect the people that are in the middle. I mean, that are sitting on the fence and not deciding, like getting blown up at a mall or their taxes increasing or HUD destroying neighborhoods. That's what he should be concentrating on. Just let this go. Don't even defend it because it's indefensible.
Thanks, Ed. Philip in Blue Island.
Yeah, this is funny choreograph. When he brought those four women accusers of Bill Clinton, I mean, everybody believes those accusers, but now that it's Trump that's being accused, we're not supposed to believe these women? I don't understand what's the difference. If you were assaulted or sexually assaulted like they're saying, believe them. Why would they want to destroy their reputations, destroy their homes, upset? You know.
So then you believe the Clinton accusers then too, Philip?
Of course I do.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thanks for the call, Philip.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is a paid announcement.
Since 1983, Illinois has had 6 governors, more than 200 state senators, and more than 500 state representatives. But one man has remained. For more than 30 years, Illinois has had one Speaker of the House, Michael Madigan. Known as the King of Illinois, Madigan is the most powerful politician the state has ever seen. Now, a new documentary film is taking an unprecedented look at the Speaker's power and influence. More than 1 million Illinoisans have already watched the trailer for Madigan, Power, Privilege, Politics. Illinois' political machine doesn't want you to see this film, but we're bringing it to theaters across the state. Illinoisans deserve to know that without term limits, one man has taken total control of our democracy. Tickets are going fast. To watch the trailer and reserve your seat at a documentary screening near you, go to michaelmadigan.com today. That's michaelmadigan.com. You don't want to miss this.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, I got to apologize here. The woman, we played the audio, Jessica Leeds is her name, not Rebecca Leeds.
Yeah, get it right. Don't get it on, okay?
Apologize. Sorry.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Nate Silver over at 538 blog proves definitively that men and women are different. He proves it with a political theorem. We'll discuss at 538.
Oh, we loved those numbers yesterday. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 2 Boston police officers at this very moment are in extremely critical condition. They were gunned down last night by a man wearing body armor, armed with an assault rifle.
We have 2 officers shot in an incident. Right now, it looks like it was possibly a domestic incident gone bad.
It happened last night in East Boston as the officers responded to that domestic incident. The suspect reportedly wearing body armor. When the officers encountered him, shots were fired and the man was killed. Donald Trump wants a reaction, a retraction, and an apology for a story in the New York Times, quoting 2 women who claimed they were inappropriately groped and kissed by him years ago. While the Trump campaign calls that report fiction and releasing a letter from a lawyer to the New York Times, the executive editor there says they stand by their reporting. Donald Trump's running mate, Mike Pence, says newly leaked emails from the Clinton campaign show a stark contrast in ethics between the 2 campaigns.
This avalanche of emails, Bill, is just astounding. Even revelations today that have come out that where now John Podesta apparently told a U.S. senator that he agreed that the Iranian deal was the worst deal since the 1940s.
The Indiana governor commenting on Fox News. Controversies aside, Donald Trump campaigning in Florida and Ohio, the Republican presidential nominee rallying in West Palm Beach and Cincinnati. Hillary Clinton in San Francisco today after stumping in Las Vegas. A top Clinton campaign advisor is questioning the authenticity of an email exchange where Jennifer Palmieri makes comments critical of Catholics.
I'm a Catholic. I don't recognize that email that we saw. And this whole effort is led by the Russians.
Another email exchange involving Clinton campaign chair John Podesta discussed the need for a Catholic spring. Other stories we're following this morning. The U.S. military has retaliated following 2 incidents this week in which missiles from Houthi-controlled territory in Yemen fired at U.S. naval ships. Today, the U.S. launched Tomahawk cruise missiles into the Houthi-controlled territory. Rains are hitting Bermuda as a Category 4 Hurricane Nicole moves closer. The chairman and CEO of Wells Fargo is resigning after the bank's phony account scandal. Cubs find out later tonight who their opponent will be in the National League Championship Series. Chicago's new system for investigating police misconduct may not be implemented until midway through next year. Blues over the Blackhawks as they drop the puck on the NHL regular season. St. Louis 5-2 winners. The news a service of Subway. Try the new thick-cut autumn carved turkey sandwich from Subway. Oven-roasted carved turkey, a new sweet cranberry mustard sauce, sliced cheddar, freshly baked 9-grain wheat bread. Get to Subway and try it today. 5:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You know what? I want to tell you something, America.
The Joe Walsh Show.
We ask our cops to do an ugly, impossible job. And way too many of us hate on them every day. I'll tell you what, America, you are going to wake up, so help me God, America, you are going to wake up one day without police officers in this country. And you will deserve it.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Hurry into Cabela's Take Aim event and take up to an additional 50% off the lowest marked price on select items at the Bargain Cave Blowout. In-store only at Cabela's in Hoffman Estates and Hammond.
Mike Rowe here for 1 hour. Today, Chuck is jogging in place to make a point about energy efficiency.
I thought I was training for a marathon.
He's been at it now for...
3 minutes.
And already he's wearing out.
I'm not.
Your heating and air conditioning systems are a lot like Chuck.
Warm yet somehow cool?
Wheezing, wasting energy, and probably headed for replacement.
You're talking about the air systems, right?
Sure, pal. Sure. Call 1 hour before it's too late.
Can you do the disclaimer for me?
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Thanks.
Hiring people is probably the worst part of my job.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. One click and my job was posted to 100+ job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter.
Find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just one click away from 100+ job sites. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio offer. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio offer.
5:36. Update on the roads this morning at our AM 560 traffic center with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Chinatown, hazmat crews have responded to the 2200 block of South Princeton. This is directly south of where Archer meets Cermak. It's a hazmat with elevated carbon monoxide readings there. The Edens and the Kennedy are clear. The Eisenhower still good, too. Down Stevenson, you've now got a 2-minute delay, Cicero to Kedzie. The Ryan, 19 minutes, 95th to downtown, up on 5 at 15. I-57, 28 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford, 30. The tollways are now good. Indiana Toll Road westbound, a little slow due to the road work approaching 94. Traffic service of account temps. The time is here now to reality check your salary expectations. Visit accounttemps.com/salary center to see up-to-date 2017 salary forecast for more than 400 accounting and finance roles. Account Temps, the Robert Half Company. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Sunny and breezy today. A chilly high of 56 and a low of 39 overnight. 44 and clouds at O'Hare. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Illinois Rising, hosted by Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute. Sunday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So Nate Silver has proved sabermetrically that men and women are different.
Oh, yeah.
I hate to break it to all those living in the post-gender, unisex bathrooms, but turns out men and women are different.
We are?
It's stunning. The question is, what should Donald Trump do about this difference? Because this difference is
big.
It's large, and it is negatively impacting his electoral chances for the presidency. So what should Donald Trump do to woo back and basically dull the blade of the female vote, particularly college-educated females? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line.
Well, he could start...
646-368, turnkey.pro text line. Let me just give you the numbers here, what we're talking about.
Well, I'm just going to say he could start with stopping to grope them.
Yes.
Putting his octopus arms all over them. I can't even say it with a straight face. All right, I'm sorry. Tell us what the facts are.
The numbers.
Yes.
Trump is up by 11 among men. Clinton is up by 33 among women. To put it in perspective, again, this is Nate Silver's analysis over at 538 blog. Trump would defeat Clinton among men by a margin similar to Dwight D. Eisenhower's landslide victory over Adlai Stevenson in 52, while Clinton would defeat Trump among women by a margin similar to never. There has never been a margin this big in the female vote. The closest was 26 points.
Can I put it in another way for the pedestrian people in my world? So if men only voted, Trump would have 350 electoral votes. Clinton 188. If only women voted, Clinton would have 458. Trump would have just 80.
That's right. This is
that's
translating it to the electoral map. If only females voted, Trump would win 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, a dozen states.
Yeah.
He'd lose 38 states. He'd lose 37 states because Nebraska's 5 electoral votes are distributed by district, and he'd win 2 out of the 3 districts. So
Oh, look at you breaking it down.
well, he'd win 12 and a half states. He'd lose 37 and a half states. That's not great. And as you pointed out, only men voting. 350 electoral votes for Trump, 188 for Clinton. So it's an electoral landslide for Trump. What does that tell you? And oh, by the way, eliminating women's suffrage, not an acceptable answer. So in terms of what Trump should do.
Taking away the women's vote. Yes.
Yeah. So
that's what,
we're not going, going.
Boys, we watched this, these numbers unfold last night.
We're not going to undo the work that Susan B. Anthony and the girls did.
Because I jokingly said, well, take away the women's vote. And the kids, you could do that? No, you can't do that.
They were excited. Peyton and Eli were excited about the prospect.
Can we have another parenting tip by Dan Proft here? So what do you do when your kids say that? We could take away the women's vote again?
That's a moment of self-reflection if Peyton and Eli think the world would be a better place if mom didn't vote. You know what I mean?
So what should the consequences be, Dan?
You should say to Peyton and Eli, Mom's going to go take a nap now and think about what kind of young men she's raising. Scott on the west side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan and Amy, thanks for taking my call. I believe what Trump should do is just deny. It was a long time ago if it happened. And, I hate to say it. Well, I don't hate to say it. A lot of times women will do things consensually and then later on claim that it wasn't consensual. And
I agree 100%.
It's suspect because it's been so long since it happened, and no complaint was ever filed before. And he's been famous for a long time, and he would think that women would want to bring it out earlier than this.
Thanks for the call, Scott. I mean, the Jessica Leeds story, which is one of the more.
Well, it's graphic because she describes what happened. The ex-People magazine reporter, she's just wrote a written statement about what happened. You can't see her face or hear her words, so it's a little bit different.
35 years later, though. Boy. So, I mean, I'm a noted feminist, so I have my views on what Donald Trump should do to address this.
Did you bring your bra to burn later today? Gloria Steinem's in town. Come on.
I know. I'm hoping, as so many Chicago Democrat Pauls have been designated, I'm hoping someday to be designated an honorary woman by Gloria Steinem, because that's a real achievement. So what, but I mean, on a serious note, you are a woman.
Yeah, I am. Last time I checked, and I feel like a woman today. So today I'm going to use the woman's washroom.
All right.
I agree with what Scott said 100%. Some women, they have consensual relationships with men, and then later on look back and think, well, maybe I didn't really want that. Maybe did he force himself on me? I don't.
Okay. That's non-responsive to the question though, because Trump. Okay. You're not suggesting Trump should go on and explain how sometimes women are in consensual relationships and then they after the fact deny they were a consensual relationship. I don't think he wants to go on that track. So if you're advising Donald Trump and you've got this 33-point deficit among women, the question is, how do you address it? Because it needs to be addressed. He cannot lose the female vote by that margin and be elected. So, So what should he do? And that's what we're putting out to our friends and listening audience as well at 312-642-5600. What should he do?
I'd start with the attorneys because that woman's conduct was reckless, defamatory, and there's no proof of her story.
Well,
and if I would come forward and say, Dan, he's got to address these issues, I think, if he wants to start moving forward and getting the woman's vote.
Okay.
But he's got a lot of work to do.
But what would he say that you would find persuasive, or you would say, okay, well, that's reasonable, and now I'm going to go back to examining the race on the merits of policy positions and so forth?
Well, that's a good start. No, I would address this issue, say, this is obviously a political ploy by my opponent to try and, squash me down, stomp on me less than a month before the election. So just play it off as that, which I think that most women, we understand what's going on here. I mean, if she was really victimized, she would have come forward at the time that it happened. If she was really victimized, she would have filed charges against him. That's what I think. And now it's just convenient for her to tell her story now.
So let me ask you a question. If most women are picking up that vibe, then shouldn't he just ignore it? and not address it, because if he addresses it, then it feeds it and it goes for another news cycle and another news cycle. And that's that many fewer news cycles he has to talk about substantive policy positions, which, as we've noted before on this show, that's his political salvation, to get the conversation back to immigration and tax policy and national security and domestic law enforcement.
This is when you bring Ivanka out and your wife out, and you have them discuss again what great opportunities he has provided for women.
But not address the allegations that were splashed across the pages of the New York Times.
These allegations, because they already are.
All right.
Which we're finding out this morning, and we'll give you more information.
Patty on the Northwest Side. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Morning.
And I just, to elaborate, agree with you totally what you just said, Dan. I said not to address it at all. I mean, these women are undecided. We're 25 days out. I just cannot believe the 33%. I can't believe how any woman, how any mother can support Hillary. These are non-issues. We have to get to the real issues. And this is not it. Sadly, it's not it.
Thanks for the call, Patty.
And quickly, this morning, lawyers representing Donald Trump are demanding that the New York Times retract that story.
Mm-hmm. It is having an impact. It's not just the female vote. This kind of shocking poll that was released on Tuesday, a Salt Lake City-based pollster finds Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton tied at 26% among likely voters in Utah, with Evan McMullin, that third-party independent candidate, at 22%.
Who's Evan McMullin?
Remember, he's the third-party candidate
Right,
that came
okay.
in late, third-party conservative candidate. 26-26 in Utah, Clinton and Trump. There's been a concerted Clinton effort, including an advertisement featuring Mormons supporting Hillary Clinton, to go after Mormons in Utah. And she was on the stump in Pueblo, Colorado yesterday, reminding people in Colorado to tell their friends in Arizona and Utah to vote because it's in striking distance. And that is the proximate result of the last 96 hours.
Yeah. Oh, and then we have to play this. The mainstream media, another example of how they're piling on Donald Trump. Listen to this. This is from 5 years ago. He apparently saw this little girl going up an escalator. Just listen.
Thursday night. You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
He's pointing to a 10-year-old girl, and he said, I'm going to be dating her in 10 years.
So here's the problem, as I see it, that Donald Trump has to overcome, or at least has to blunt.
What would you do?
The problem is not the specifics of these allegations, most of which are unprovable. The problem is the creep factor. The audio on Friday, his creep factor just goes off the chart. He's this lascivious, oleaginous kind of guy, particularly when it comes to women. This is not new. This was built into the price from the outset. This is a guy who's been splashed across the pages of New York tabloids for 30 years for engaging in this kind of conduct in public affairs and so forth. None of this is new. But the creep factor continues to reach new highs or lows, depending on your perspective, depending on whether you like creeps or not.
I mean, didn't you know that this was coming, though? I knew that this was coming.
But that's the problem. It generates an emotional reaction that subordinates everything else. And that's why he needs to get off of this area of discourse, stop behaving, at least for the next 30 days, if that's possible, in a lascivious manner. Stop defending past bad acts and language, and do everything he can to spend every minute he has in the public eye talking about immigration and national security and domestic law enforcement and tax policy and economic growth. I just don't think there's another way home in 3.5 weeks. Mel in Mount Prospect.
Yeah, what he's got to do is enter a beauty pageant as a transvestite and try to get the Miss Congeniality Award. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mel. That's sound advice. That's Mel is a
Mel is what?
Trump
political operative
campaign spokesman at large. Michael in Round Lake.
Hello.
Hey, Michael.
Hey. Thank you for taking my phone call. I do agree with most of what the two of you are saying, but I want to make a point. What's happening to Trump? The 3 or 4 women on the same day coming forward? It's straight out of Democratic playbook. They want I mean, think about 4 years ago, Herman Cain.
Right. But the thing is, most people didn't expect that from Herman Cain.
Thanks for
Donald
the call,
Trump,
Michael.
I knew this was coming. I knew it. I was just waiting for this floodgates to open up of all these women coming forward.
So this doesn't impact your vote or your perspective
no.
on
I mean,
Trump.
if anything, this makes me have some sympathy for Donald Trump. It makes me want to vote for him.
Amy,
I don't.
Amy's a notorious creep lover, in case you didn't know.
No, I know he's creepy, but I've always known that he was creepy, and I don't like what NBC did and how they tried to edit out Billy Bush. And
Well, it's interesting.
it makes me mad.
It's interesting to see if there'll be a backlash. So far, there's just been a frontlash. Jay in Carpentersville.
Well, what I'm hearing in this conversation is that women are much more concerned about sexual groping than they are about the country going down the tube. That they don't care about the issues. The issues don't matter at all. All they want to talk about is sex. Is that what I'm hearing?
No.
Mostly from Amy. Thanks for the call, Jay. James on the south side. James.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning. How are you? I think that Trump can get the female vote back. I think what he needs to do is apologize to women and explain to them how, as commander-in-chief, he can even work harder to regain their trust. He can actually make amends for bad things that he said, but Hillary Clinton can't change all of, I guess she can. She flip-flops all the time. But you're going to have a better chance at him apologizing to women and working on their issues as president to make up for bad things he's done in the past than you're going to have of Hillary Clinton actually being honest and working for the people for once.
Yeah, thanks for the call, James. I mean, it's a good point that he needs to return focus on Hillary Clinton and her trustworthiness. That's a ripe area for him. Tony on the south side.
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
Hey, Tony.
Listen, this comment I'm going to make does not apply to Amy because she hangs out with you, Dan, all day, and once in a while even a blind squirrel picks up a nut. You're absolutely right. All this talk about these ladies coming out, it's all a bunch of Democratic plotting. The difference between men and women in terms of the poll is that women are emotional, where men are more based in fact, and that's why you see this change. So when news comes out about some lady getting groped by Trump 20 years ago, we think about it. Well, what is it? Yeah, it's the Democrats trying to play dirty politics. That's all I want to say.
Thanks for the call, Tony. So Tony's apparently saying that when you think of a woman, just think of a man and remove logic and reason. Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Chris Veldman of ServiceMaster DSI, the largest ServiceMaster franchise in the United States and a customer of Signature Bank. In our business, we respond to disaster, and we never know when disaster will strike, whether it's flooding in Louisiana or a house fire in Chicago. Not all banks understand that need for flexibility, but Signature Bank does. That's why we consider them so much more than a bank. They have been our business partner since 2006, when their three co-founders, Mick, Kevin, and Brian, started the bank. Signature Bank is a key part of our growth strategy at ServiceMaster DSI.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
When I listen to Audible, I'm not flying to my third sales meeting this month. I'm on a romantic date with my vampire boyfriend, Pierre. That pale skin, those dark, mysterious eyes, and those pointy teeth. Take me away, Pierre!
Ma'am?
I want to become queen of the night.
Ma'am, something to drink?
Water, please.
Go to audible.com/act now, and your first download is free. Audible, stories that surround you.
You might not know it, but fall is the perfect time to feed your lawn. So this football season, you can spend halftime eating some lukewarm bean dip, or you can head outside and run some lawn feeding routes using Scott's Turf Builder Winter Guard Fall Lawn Food. The conditions are ideal for grass to grow deep roots, so your lawn will be stronger come spring. So forget the room temperature dip. Get out there and pick up your bag today. Fall time is yard time with Scott's.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain. I did not want to deal with the side effects of pain meds. There is absolutely no reason to suffer. There are ways to find a solution and get off the drugs. I definitely believe Dr. Candido found that for me, and immediately, he sat down with me, really wanted to find the source of the pain and really fix me. And, I've seen many doctors in my lifetime, obviously with this accident, but I have to say Dr. Kenneth Candido, he cares about me. It's changed my life. I absolutely would recommend Dr. Kenneth Candido. There is a light at the end of the tunnel.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Building owners, are you experiencing problems with your flat roof? Do you know where you're at in the life cycle of your roof? Install, repair, renew, or replace. One of the largest investments you will make to protect your building and its contents is the roof system on your building. So trust that investment to a proven industry leader. Trust it to Waukegan Roofing. Waukegan Roofing is a commercial and industrial low-slope roofing contractor installing roofs you can rely on since 1914. We install, service, and maintain all types of commercial and industrial low-slope roof systems for the Chicago area. We've installed millions of square feet of quality roofing systems, protecting buildings and their valuable contents for more than 100 years. So wherever you are in the life cycle of your roof, Waukegan Roofing is prepared to help you manage each stage with professional service and technical expertise. Call us today to schedule an appointment at 877-ROOF-201. That's 877-ROOF-201. Or visit us online at WaukeganRoofing.com. Waukegan Roofing, installing roofs you can rely on since 1914.
Illinois licensee 104000761.
Congratulations to all who took the Balance of Nature Challenge. Success stories are pouring in.
I've been singing the product's praises to everybody I talked to.
I didn't have any real ailments to say, but I'm older and I was an ex-smoker and I did have some things that were kind of borderline, and, I had a clean bill of health. I would love to have it forever because I felt strongly about it, and because also of my lifestyle, I do not incorporate the fruits and vegetables that one person should have in a daily basis. So I thought this would be a very good thing.
For me, it's working.
Good health is only a phone call away. What are you waiting for? Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
My name is David Hochberg, Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. Tammy wanted to contact a realtor before purchasing a home in Buffalo Grove. Bad move. Not getting pre-qualified by me before talking to a realtor is like serving a bacon double cheeseburger to a rabbi. Not kosher. I pre-qualified Tammy to purchase a home and introduced her to Gary Ellis, my preferred Buffalo Grove realtor. If you're purchasing a home, call me first. I'll pre-qualify you for free and introduce you to my experienced team of preferred realtors who will help you locate the perfect home. My team of real estate experts will always look out for your financial best interest. If you're buying a home, give me a call now at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. I've helped thousands of AM 560 listeners, but I can't help if you don't call 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage and Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License T4358, RMLA, NMLS 19186.
WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Donald Trump's campaign is fighting back, saying it's not true
Rebutting the claims of women that he made unwanted sexual advances, there are 5 making allegations. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, one of 2 women, 74-year-old Jessica Leeds, telling the New York Times that she encountered Trump on a flight more than 30 years ago, saying they struck up a conversation. And then she says Trump lifted the armrest and started groping her.
I might not have gotten that upset, but it's when he started putting his hand up my skirt. And that was it.
The Trump campaign denies the new allegations, saying the Times article is fiction, a coordinated character assassination, and dangerous. Trump is threatening to sue the paper. The Palm Beach Post also published an account of a woman who claims Trump groped her at his Mar-a-Lago club in 2003. A Trump spokesperson saying there's no truth to the allegation. Rolling Stone and People detailing other claims. Dave?
Rachel, 2 Boston police officers have been in surgery, extremely critical after being shot last night.
2 of the officers dragged their fellow officers out of the line of fire.
Police Commissioner William Evans.
The officers continue to engage in a gun exchange.
And they were responding to an East Boston domestic disturbance, and the guy shooting was wearing body armor, but he was eventually shot and killed in that gunfight. An officer shot in Baltimore is in much better shape.
He's alert and conscious. He's up speaking. Matter of fact, his district commander described him as actually being himself. That's a positive.
Police spokesman T.J. Smith says the man was shot in the wrist responding to a carjacking. The suspects are still on the loose. Days after rebels in Yemen fired missiles that fell short of a U.S. Navy ship, the U.S. military fires back and doesn't miss. Tomahawk missiles destroyed 3 radar sites along the Red Sea coast. Bermuda's in for a nasty day. Hurricane Nicole bearing down. The eye will hit or pass just near with 130-mile-an-hour wind full of heavy rain and a dangerous storm surge. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Skies are clear. We have 42 degrees. 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Officials in Orland Hills say there is no record a student pilot killed in a small plane crash in Connecticut ever lived in that village, even though it has been identified tentatively as his home. East Hartford Police and Orland Hills Mayor Kyle Hastings say for now there's no record that Ferris Freitag, a Jordanian, ever lived in that village. However, Freitag's father, who was not named, worked for a container company in the neighboring town of Alsip. Cook County judge has once again told a former Chicago police officer charged with murder that his defense team cannot have access to a teenage victim's juvenile records. The Tribune reporting Judge Patricia Martin Wednesday barred Officer Jason Van Dyke's attorneys from reviewing Laquan McDonald's records, detailing his time as a ward of the state. Chicago's new system for investigating police misconduct may not be implemented until midway through next year. Sun-Times says Mayor Emanuel's proposed 2017 budget includes 6 months' worth of funding for the Civilian Office of Police Accountability. 6 are facing drug charges following an investigation into a marijuana selling operation in Chicago and Evanston. Police say each suspect was taken into custody late last month. A new poll from a Southern Illinois think tank shows that many in this state believe the state budget crisis is not having an impact on the lives of most Illinois voters. Nearly 62% of those surveyed by the Paul Simon Public Policy Institute at Southern Illinois University said the stalemate didn't affect them. Most of the voters favored cuts as a way to fix the state's budget woes. NHL last night, lid lifter on the regular season. Blues over the Blackhawks, 5-2. The news service of TrueCar. Save time and save money downloading TrueCar's mobile app. Configure the new car you want, see what others paid for it, and get guaranteed savings. TrueCar users save, on average, over $3,000 off MSRP. Save time, save money. Download the TrueCar app today. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager gets to the root of leftist behavior.
The world is flipping out, and it's flipping out because people need meaning. These left-wing causes give people meaning in a secular age. After food and water, the most important yearning of the human being is meaning. The secular societies of the West have driven out the source of it.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Julian Assange, Edward Snowden, Thomas Shaw.
A new leak from anonymous whistleblower Thomas Shaw has targeted the CIA in Berlin.
This October.
Shaw isn't just a whistleblower. He's a murderer.
Trust no one.
Which side are you on?
Don't miss the spy thriller critics are calling an exhilarating thrill ride.
You need to be careful, Daniel. What? Berlin?
Berlin Station, a new original series. Premieres Sunday, 9/8 Central. Only on Epix.
America is taking the lead in energy.
Leading the world in oil and natural gas production. I vote to keep it going. With the right policies, we can produce, refine, and supply
more oil and natural gas.
And more abundant energy
means more affordable energy for American families.
A more secure America.
Jobs.
Opportunity and economic growth. For our children
and grandchildren.
That's why this election,
I'm voting
for American energy.
Learn more at voteforenergy.org.
Join us and become an energy voter.
Brought to you by American Petroleum Institute.
6:06. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. We're now seeing delays on the inbound Kennedy from River Road Toll to Canfield. 22 minutes still here to downtown. Up on 21. The Edens is still 5. On Eisenhower, delays from the Reagan Tollway to Harlem and then Racine into the Bird Circle. It's 38 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Up on 31. Stevenson, 42 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. It's fine outbound. Ryan, 21 minutes, 95th to the Loop. I-57, Bishop Ford, both 32 minutes, I-80 to the Merge. Northbound Tri-State heavy, Plainfield Road to the Hinsdale Oasis, then at 290. Adams Tollway delays, Bussy to the Des Plaines Oasis, and from the Tri-State Kennedy. Traffic service of account temps. The time is here now to reality check your salary expectations. Visit accounttemps.com/salary center to see up-to-date 2017 salary forecast for more than 400 accounting and finance roles. Account Temps, a Robert Half company. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
A mostly sunny day today with a high 56. Clear and moonlit night, low 38 in the suburbs, mid-40s downtown. For tomorrow, mostly sunny day with a high 65 and another clear and moonlit night, low 52. Clouds and sun Saturday, high 72. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
42 at O'Hare. Next news, 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Let's turn from the new Trump allegations for a moment to talk about Hillary for a minute here, particularly in light of these email dumps that are continuing from WikiLeaks. John Podesta emails, another 1,000 or so released yesterday. More Catholic bigotry. Bill Donahue, president of Catholic League, calling on John Podesta to be fired.
Nice.
Writing that yesterday I stopped short of asking Hillary Clinton to fire John Podesta, her campaign chairman. In light of the latest WikiLeaks revelation, she has no choice but to cut all ties with this man. This man is hell-bent on creating mutiny in the Catholic Church and therefore must be fired. And what Mr. Donahue is referring to, among other things, is 2012, Sandy Newman, the founder of the left-wing group Voices for Progress, asked Podesta for advice on how best to, quote, plant the seeds of revolution in the Catholic Church. Newman, who is Jewish, confessed that he was a rookie at trying to subvert the Catholic Church, but he was determined to do so. There needs to be a Catholic spring, like the so-called Muslim spring.
Muslim spring?
Yeah, that wasn't. In which Catholics themselves demand the end of Middle Ages dictatorship and the beginning of a little democracy and respect for gender equality in the Catholic Church. Ooh. That was the conversation between Mr. Newman and Mr. Podesta that Mr. Donahue...
I mean, as a Catholic, how does that make you feel? And you're a true Catholic. I mean, true Catholics are Republicans. And I say that because my sister converted to Catholicism, and they're
They consider themselves true Catholics. They march in Washington every year for the pro-life movement. They have celebrations for girls who choose not to abort a baby and give it up for adoption. And all those people are Republicans, and they're true Catholics.
Wall Street Journal had a good op-ed on this, posted yesterday, that these emails regarding the Catholic bigotry of the Clinton camp is, quote, a window into the intolerant secular soul of the Democrat establishment, and perhaps explains why it has done so little to accommodate requests for religious liberty from the Little Sisters of the Poor. Clinton advisors would also rather force the church to accept their teachings. Right. Exactly. You know what the cornerstones of a free society are? Private property, free elections.
And freedom of religion.
Correct. Religious liberty. What do autocratic theocracies in the Middle East that oppress their people? What is the common thread?
There's no religious liberties.
And you don't really have free and fair elections in most of them, but absolutely there's religious intolerance. And that's the case here. The Clinton camp, so many on the left, and there's some, complicit Vichy centrists and Republicans of sort, also secularists. They want to impose secular humanism as the state religion and expunge religion from the public square and, frankly, even the private one. So the question, and this is posed and answered by our colleague Eric Metaxas in the Wall Street Journal, should Christians vote for Trump? It's an excellent piece by Metaxas. He sets up the question. And by the way, this is for your liberal Lakeview friends too. I mean, it's okay to be a bigot towards Catholics, right? I'd love to hear the answer. That's the one.
Haven't discussed religion
It's
yet.
okay to be a bigot to the percentage of 70 million Catholics in this country, the percentage of those who actually believe in the catechism, as opposed to the fifth column Catholics, like, the presidents of DePaul, of Notre Dame.
Biden.
The politicians, of course, the quote-unquote Catholic politicians like Biden and Durbin and Pelosi.
Quigley.
Basically the quote-unquote social justice Catholics that are, as I term them, Catholics who despise Catholicism. So Metaxas, going back to his piece, sets the question, what if not pulling the lever for Trump effectively means electing someone who has actively enabled sexual predation in her husband before and while he was president? Won't God hold me responsible for that? What if she defended a man who raped a 12-year-old girl and in recalling the case laughed about getting away with it? Will I be excused from letting this person become president? What if she used her position as Secretary of State to funnel hundreds of millions into her own foundation, much of it from nations that treat women and gay people worse than dogs? Since these things are true, can I escape responsibility for them by simply not voting? Metaxas goes on to say, many say they won't vote because choosing the lesser of two evils is still choosing evil, but this is sophistry. Neither candidate is pure evil. They're human beings. We cannot escape the uncomfortable obligation to soberly choose between them. Not voting or voting for a third-party candidate who can't win is a rationalization designed more than anything to assuage our consciences. Yet people in America and abroad depend on voters to make this very difficult decision. He also goes on to recount two heroes in world history that he's written about, William Wilberforce and Dietrich Bonhoeffer. Wilberforce, of course, who basically led the fight that ultimately banned the slave trade in the British Empire. He makes the point that Wilberforce often worked with other parliamentarians he knew to be vile and immoral in their personal lives because, one, he knew he as a Christian, he had to extend grace and forgiveness to others. Second, because the main issue is not his moral purity nor the moral impurity of his colleagues, but rather the goal to rectify the injustices and horrors suffered by African slaves whose cause he championed. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, who was an anti-Nazi martyr, did essentially the same in response and opposition to Nazism and the Hitler Reich. So for those who are content to have an emotional response to Billy Bush, particularly some of the evangelical leaders that have abandoned Trump now, like Wayne Prudhomme, And not all have, and not all Republican legislators have. Actually, Deb Fischer, the senator from Nebraska, kind of re-endorsed Trump yesterday after unendorsing him the day before. So there has been
Is she up for re-election?
No.
Okay.
There has been a bit of a backlash, but it's a really interesting question, and it's an interesting question to those who call themselves people of the left because they oppose bigotry. They throw that word around a lot. So is there an acceptable group for bigotry? Is it acceptable to be an anti-Catholic bigot? Is it acceptable to attempt to foment a secular revolution, coup d'etat within the Catholic Church, as Clinton aides apparently desire to do in some form or fashion? Tom in Deer Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. While I was on hold, you mentioned Dietrich Bonhoeffer. Wow. I would never, someday you ought to go into detail about what he did. But the reason for my call is you're talking about Catholicism. One of my favorite saints has always been St. Thomas More. I know you probably know quite a bit about him.
Mm-hmm.
He is the patron
man for all
saint
seasons, like myself.
Yeah, thanks. He's the patron saint of both lawyers and politicians. And one of my go-to guys, especially in the last 14, 15 months. And I want to ask you, if you had St. Thomas More on your show, what you would ask him and what he might say about this current election cycle.
Oh, my gosh. Wow.
Yeah.
Boy, a seance with St. Thomas More of sorts. Boy, what would I ask St. Thomas More? Well, I mean, I guess I'd ask him the question that Metaxas posed in his op-ed in the Wall Street Journal. Should Christians vote for Trump? And, I mean, of course, St. Thomas More martyred himself rather than assent to the king. And, I don't know. I mean, I assume St. Thomas More would probably come down on the side of C.S. Lewis, which is what Metaxas is referring to when he observes that many say they won't vote because choosing the lesser of two evils is still choosing evil. That's the C.S. Lewis position. If you're confronted by two evils, you don't choose them, you walk through the middle. Choose one of them, you walk through the middle. But I don't know. It's a good question. It's a fun intellectual exercise for me and Tom and probably no one else. Chuck in Delvin, Wisconsin.
You have a good time with that.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm reading about Trump's seventh accuser now. Go on.
Chuck in Delvin.
Chuck.
Hey, but, do you know the Pope Podesta there? He's trying to change the doctrine over here in the United States. The Clintons and that they're doing that. The woman that was laughing before she got on the bus there, that girl that made those statements, that was like a laugh out of fear. That was not like laughing it off. And in the Catholic Church, after Clintons are long gone and buried, they'll still be here, and they'll still be practicing catechism. So I think that these people here really stepped over the bounds this time.
Thanks for the call, Chuck. I mean, I hope that's right, but I just don't know. Bill Donahue of Catholic League, was called on Podesta, Hillary's campaign chairman, to resign.
Yeah.
He wrote that I've been doing this job for 23 years, so it's no mystery why the mainstream media are hypersensitive about microaggressions and other slights when they're made about many protected groups, yet there's enormous tolerance for intolerance when it's exhibited against Catholics and evangelicals. It's called bigotry, plain and simple. It would be a grave mistake to conclude, however, that an anti-religious impulse explains this phenomenon. No, when it comes to Muslims, the media will bend over backwards to show how sensitive they are to any perceived intolerance. It's interesting, too, because, the Catholic vote is very much up for grabs. So you social justice Catholics who've been voting for the Democrats, I mean, you probably identify as Catholic just because you have cultural, because your parents were, your grandparents were. You probably mostly don't care about Catholicism. You're probably not particularly religious. You're probably spiritual. You're probably living my truth, not the truth. So I get it. You keep voting Democrat. But I just think, I don't know. I mean, for the half of Catholics that voted for Obama, voted for Romney, more or less, barely won the Catholic vote. I mean, that's the party you want to identify with. You affiliate as Catholic, and then you affiliate with the party of Catholic bigotry. I don't know. Maybe you want to think about that, try and reconcile it. Maybe not.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Today, you're going to have a chilly start to your day, that's for sure. Oh, you'll feel it when you walk outside. 47 degrees right now at O'Hare, going up to a high of 56 degrees under mostly sunny skies, and it will be breezy. Tonight, clear and cool. Lows in the upper 30s. I don't turn on my heat until after Halloween. And then tomorrow, Friday, sunshine and a high of 63. Let's get those travel times. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Good morning. On the eastbound Eden Spur, traffic slows past Waukegan Road. Then it's heavy Cicero to the junction. 20 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 19. Kennedy, 25 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 22. The Eisenhower, 45 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 35. Crash at Harlem in the left lane. Stevenson now 49 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. It's fine outbound. The Ryan 23 minutes, 95th to the Loop, I-57. 33 minutes, I-80 to the Merge, Mission 431, northbound Tri-State. Slow 95th to 87. From the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis and from the Reagan-Tillman to North Avenue. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Bob Dylan won the Nobel Prize? Yep. Wow. How about that? Right. Join the ranks of the greats like Yasser Arafat. Hey, guys, Dan Proft here. When it comes to your health, do you know your numbers? You may know your blood pressure and cholesterol numbers, but do you know your testosterone number? Yeah, your testosterone number. I know mine, thanks to my friends at Low T Center. Low T Center made it so easy for me. I walked in, I took a simple blood test, and thanks to the convenience of their on-site lab, I got my testosterone results in just 20 minutes. Voila, it was easy. If you've noticed decline in energy or stamina, lack of motivation, or just a down mood as you've gotten older, you may very well have low testosterone. Low T levels can make you feel grumpy and tired. They can even raise your cholesterol and cause weight gain. At Low T Center, treatment is covered by most health insurance, so don't hesitate to find out what your number is. I'm glad I did. You owe it to yourself to call 630-409-4305. That's 630-409-4305. Give my friends at Low T Center a call and tell them Dan Proft sent you by calling 630-409-4305. or go to lowtcenter.com.
Your area rugs and carpets take a lot of abuse. Imagine if you were walked on every day. All the dirt from pets, kids, and spills pushed into your poor rug and carpet fibers. It's a tough job being a floor covering. It's even tougher to get them cleaned properly. Get the job done right the first time. Call Matthew Klugian & Sons, awarded the best carpet and rug cleaner in Chicago. Since 1938, Matthew Klugian & Sons' nationally recognized state-of-the-art cleaning plant and service center have been cleaning, repairing, and restoring area rugs and carpets to the highest quality possible. Klugian & Sons will clean and sanitize your dirty rugs like no other. They clean museum-quality rugs and will treat your rugs and carpets with the same exceptional care. Visit Matthew Klugian & Sons showroom at 1421 West Devon Avenue when you're searching for new or antique area rugs or custom carpeting. Now save 50% on deodorizing with an area rug cleaning order. Klugian & Sons. Find them online at KLUJIANrugs.com or call 773-743-1300.
Mike Rowe here. Today I'm with Frank, one of the heating and cooling pros at 1 Hour. Frank's got his head up a vent right now. How's it going up there? Frank knows what he's talking about. He's been with 1 Hour for how long, Frank?
14 years.
That's a long time. Over that time, he's worked on tons of different equipment, taken countless hours of training, and that makes Frank the man.
No, Mark Rose the
I'm
man.
sorry, Frank. Say again?
Mike Rose the man.
I heard him the first time. For any heating need, call 855-1 Hour today. Say it again, Frank.
Mike Rose the man.
That's what I'm talking about. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I want you to know that Steve Reich will be the best representative for McHenry County. Steve knows you have to walk on both sides of the road, and he sees rising property taxes driving out homeowners who thought they'd get help. Well, Steve Reich will fight for tax relief that will also grow the local economy. And I know Steve Reich will have a strong voice for the farmers. Steve will work for you and everybody in McHenry County. Elect Steve Reich for state representative in the 63rd District.
Paid for by citizens to elect Stephen Reich.
The following is a paid announcement.
Since 1983, Illinois has had 6 governors, more than 200 state senators, and more than 500 state representatives. But one man has remained. For more than 30 years, Illinois has had one Speaker of the House, Michael Madigan. Known as the King of Illinois, Madigan is the most powerful politician the state has ever seen. Now, a new documentary film is taking an unprecedented look at the Speaker's power and influence. More than 1 million Illinoisans have already watched the trailer for Madigan, Power, Privilege, Politics. Illinois' political machine doesn't want you to see this film, but we're bringing it to theaters across the state. Illinoisans deserve to know that without term limits, one man has taken total control of our democracy. Tickets are going fast. To watch the trailer and reserve your seat at a documentary screening near you, go to michaelmadigan.com today. That's michaelmadigan.com. You don't want to miss this.
AM 560, The Answer.
Let not your heart be troubled. Listen to me, Sean Hannity. I'll have the latest news and what it all means for you. It's coming up at 2 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, you're talking about the WikiLeaks leaked Podesta emails, anti-Catholic bigotry, called by Bill Donahue from the Catholic League for Podesta to be terminated as Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman. That won't happen.
But can you imagine? I mean, if it was they were talking about Muslims and not Catholics, what kind of a different response I think that there would be?
Go to the Rusty Reno piece that we've talked about on this show. We've had Rusty Reno on. Solidarity and marginality, bigot baiting by the left. That's what they do. It's bigot baiting to create solidarity in alleged marginalized populations to get to 50% plus one. That's what they do. They identify marginalized populations, whether they really are or not. Many are ascendant. And then they collect them for the purposes of political power. That's the game, which is why when their bigotry is exposed, of course they're the bigots. Of course the bigot baiters are the bigots. The reaction is interesting. By the way, just a related story in the emails, on the server and the FBI case, a source close to the Clinton case but not identified said this about the FBI's decision not to prosecute. No trial-level attorney agreed. No agent working the case agreed with the decision not to prosecute. It was a top-down decision. It's safe to say the vast majority felt she should be prosecuted, a senior FBI official told Fox News, noting that it was unanimous that they all wanted Clinton's security clearance yanked as well. So this was a Comey decision. It wasn't it wasn't a plebiscite where he took the views of the entire 150 agents worth of his team and went with a majority opinion. This was apparently imposed, at least according to one official who spoke with Fox News. Let's go to Catherine in South Barrington. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, kudos to you for Dan for calling out the Catholics and evangelicals for that matter. Political contacted me a few days ago and interviewed me for the article that they just put in on evangelical women and how they vote, etc. And they were asking me a lot of questions. And first of all, I think in this election cycle, I think the evangelical group, that segment of the population is badly damaged. It's dying anyway, so theology and everything is changing so rapidly in the way people do church. But they, I reiterated that, it's about the issues and who cares what happened 11 years ago, et cetera, which is really, not very emotionally answer. I mean, I wasn't crying, oh, my God, how could Trump say something like that? So, they're just, now with Catholics, it's like I guess it's time for the Catholics to, to get hit on. But there you go,
Yeah, so I mean, your take in terms of your message, apparently you're an evangelical, and so they were interviewing you for your perspective, and your perspective as it pertains to evangelical women in this election is what exactly?
And they were asking about. I'm sorry, I can't hear very well on cell. They were asking about they wanted to get my thoughts on the evangelical women and how we specifically thought about the videotape. To be honest with you,
and what's your message to evangelical women about this election and the vote?
Mine?
Yes.
Oh, it's nothing about the videotape was a simple ploy. It was just maneuvering by the Democrats with the help of NBC. Thank you very much. And that's it. We move on. It's issues. It has nothing to do with videotapes, what people said 11 years ago, etc. It's not an emotional thing, nothing. Get your heart out of it, use your head, and understand this is an election, and that is there's a lot on the line. And, Trump's, what he said 11 years ago in a bus isn't the issue. That's not what's on the line.
All right. Thanks for the call, Catherine. Appreciate it.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, I'm Mary Beth. I had a failed root canal and it was causing me pain. Dr. Neruzzi took care of my tooth and I got my implant, and then I had another after that fail and he did that one as well. Places they'll tell you just, get the implant the day you get your tooth extracted. We'll do it all in one day. And he believes you do it all the right way, and he knows what he's doing, and he has an eye for detail that other dentists or periodontists do not have. There's no surprises because it's scary as it is, but he made it really, really comfortable. They're very accommodating to people that cannot afford to have it done. I would recommend Dr. Neruzzi to anybody, and I have given Dr. Neruzzi referrals, and I would refer him to anybody that's missing teeth.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
Holiday parties come in all shapes and sizes. Elegant plated dinners, festive cocktail hours, casual buffets, themed events, and more.
Tasty Catering is already decked out with the holiday spirit, featuring a brand new holiday catering menu and a team of event planners who are eager to help you experience a successful party of any kind.
So much more than amazing holiday catering, Tasty Catering has been helping companies plan their entire holiday parties from start to finish for decades. Tasty Catering is a Chicago holiday tradition.
Your event can be exactly what you envisioned. All you need to do is visit tastycatering.com or call Tasty Catering at 847-593-2000 and tell them your event date.
A planner will ask you about your holiday party goals and then help you reach them as simply and stress-free as possible.
tastycatering.com. Start your holiday planning with a company that Chicago trusts. Tasty Catering, 847-593-2000.
Tasty Catering is a Chicago holiday tradition. 847-593-2000.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, don't grab that soda because it might be taxed soon. We'll explain.
And there's an election in Illinois, too, by the way. A bunch of them. A bunch of races up. Do you care? And do you care about the budget? Is it impacting your life? The lack of one, I should say. At 6:36.
But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 2 Boston police officers are hospitalized in critical condition this morning. They were shot overnight in the line of duty.
The suspect's deceased at this time inside the home. Obviously, commend the officers. They moved in and neutralized the threat pretty quick that no one else got killed.
Boston Police Commissioner Bill Evans says it happened last night in East Boston. Officers were responding to a domestic incident call involving a person with a gun. Donald Trump says the New York Times needs to retract and apologize for the article published last night that quotes 2 women who claim he sexually assaulted them years ago.
We are a divided country right now, divided almost like never before. We are going to be a united country again.
At a rally in Florida, Trump said he has faith the American people will reject a corrupt status quo. Hillary Clinton accused Republicans of going scorched earth in the last weeks of the presidential campaign.
Early voting began in Ohio today, and people started lining up last night.
At a rally in Colorado yesterday, Hillary Clinton stumped and then raises cash today in California. The Pentagon says an American warship struck 3 radar sites in Yemen early today. Bob Dylan is the winner of this year's Nobel Prize in Literature. The Grammy Award-winning artist was recognized today by the Nobel Committee for creating a new poetic expression within the Great American Songbook. Cook County Board President Tony Preckwinkle will propose a penny-an-ounce tax on sweetened beverages that includes pop, lemonade, and sports drinks later today. She needs that to close a 2017 budget shortfall. Cubs will find out later tonight who their opponent will be in the National League Championship Series as the Dodgers and Nationals face off in Game 5 of their National League Division Series. And State Farm employees will be busy assessing the damage caused by Hurricane Matthew. The Bloomington-based insurer has thousands of claims from home and auto owners. Some estimate the storm will result in at least a $4 billion in insured property loss. St. Louis beat the Blackhawks in the lid lifter on the NHL regular season, 5-2. The news is service of Accountemps. Accounting and finance salaries are on the rise in 2017. Get an in-depth salary forecast for more than 400 accounting and finance roles in your area by visiting them at Accountemps.com. Accountemps, a Robert Half company. 6:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity finds Trump's approach refreshing.
Donald Trump is a risk taker. Donald Trump is not afraid to speak his mind. Donald Trump, showed that you can take a position of strength and take a risk and stand on your position and lo and behold, instead of making an apology tour like Obama, other countries will respect your strength. He's willing to say what needs to be said. It's actually refreshing.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, great coffee, period.
Scoundrels are not exclusive to politics. They're smart enough to occupy necessity service industries like the automotive business. As a real estate broker, my car is a lifeline and a total necessity to my business and my family, which is why I had to seek out an honest, truthful auto service provider. For over the past decade, I've put my trust in Craigies Mobile Service Center on Lake Street in Addison. Craigies handles full auto repair on foreign and domestic vehicles. They pride themselves on providing you the best cost-effective auto repair and expert advice. Craigies has full service bays and truck lifts that can service and manage your whole fleet. They also provide priority service for your business and can track each vehicle, alerting you to the repair before you need it, keeping your guys on the road. Since 1959, Craigies Mobile Service Center has thrived through 10 presidential administrations, giving you reputable, dependable, and honest auto repair. Do yourself a favor. Just go into Craigies on Lake Street in Addison. See my guy Vic. He'll set you up. Tell him Sean from Elmwood Park sent you. I approve of this message, unlike the two presidential candidates.
6:36, a check of the roads, AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Eastbound Edenspur, it's heavy past Waukegan Road. Then we're seeing delays from Old Orchard to the junction. 30 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 23. Kennedy is 28 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 26. Eisenhower now 56 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, 36 from Manheim, outbound 37 to Thorndale. Stevenson 55 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 39. Ryan 26 minutes, 95th to downtown. There's a crash at the Skyway on the right side. I-57, 34 minutes, I-80 to the Merrick, Bishop Ford 32. Northbound Tri-State delays Harlem to the 83rd Street toll, from the Stevenson to 31st, and from the Reagan tollway to North Avenue. Traffic is a service of TrueCar. If you're ready to buy a new car, download the TrueCar app. Just configure the new car you want, see what others paid for, and lock in guaranteed savings from TrueCar certified dealers. That easy. Save time, save money. Download the TrueCar app today. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, sunny and breezy with a high of 56. It is 39 at O'Hare, 46 along the lakefront, 40 this morning in Aurora. Your next news update at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by MyPainChicago.com. World-class treatment for chronic pain. Go to MyPainChicago.com.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, hey, there are elections in Illinois, too, on November 8th. Do they matter to you? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. I ask because the Paul Simon Public Policy Institute down at SIU, SIU Carbondale.
Do they have a bow
the
as their...
Salukis.
I know.
Yeah.
Do they have a bow as their, on their Paul Simon?
The Paul Simon,
Yeah, the Paul Simon bow tie.
The bow tie.
I like your bow tie.
Survey, the Paul Simon Public Policy Institute did a survey of 1,000 registered voters. Now, this is registered, not likely.
Okay.
So that's
a
one
big difference.
It is a big difference. The question, essentially, you've been impacted by the lack of a budget, by the budget impasse in Illinois. 34% said they were personally affected by the budget impasse. 62% said unaffected.
All right, one more time on that, because I'm blonde. And you have to speak
one
slowly.
One third said not affected. Almost 2/3 said not affected. Has someone in your immediate family been affected by the Illinois budget stalemate? Social services, 48% said affected. Economic, jobs, housing, etc. Only 31%. Local government, in terms of city government cuts, local economy, roads, facility closures, only 10%. So nearly 2/3 of Illinoisans say, the budget really hasn't impacted me because they're bad at connecting dots. So then you ask them about their property taxes. They say, oh, my gosh, my property taxes are spiraling because, of course, Illinois pays the highest property taxes in the nation. But they make no connection between the state of state government and their tax burden, their job climate, the provision of social services. That's been more impactful, but it's still relatively it's a minority. It's not the majority. So are you paying attention to any of the state races, the state legislative races, the comptroller's race, in addition to federal races in Illinois, like races for congressional seats, and of course the Kirk versus Duckworth Senate seat,
and I think,
which has been very quiet, by the way.
Oh, it has been, and I think for full disclosure, you're helping some Republican candidates try to.
I run a super PAC, independent expenditure PAC, that supports focuses on state legislative races, and I'm spending upwards of $5 million via that super PAC in support of Republican state legislative candidates around the state. It's all there in the State Board of Elections. It's all disclosed. So, but you're right.
What are some of the tightest races?
You're absolutely right.
Either for state rep, state senate?
There are tight races all over the state. In eastern DuPage County, in northwest Cook County. There's 3 in Lake County. There's a competitive state senate seat in Will County, Kankakee, Bourbonnais, a couple races in the Quad Cities, a couple races in Metro East down by St. Louis, a couple races in deep southern Illinois. There's a lot of races that are up for grabs. And it's interesting, too, because as you relate to the presidential election, in our discussion last hour about the chasm between men and women on the presidential race.
It's pretty big.
Trump minus 33 among women, plus 11 among men. And some of that is starting to redound to local races. So, for example, in some suburban races, we have Republican candidates in Republican-leaning districts where they're up 8 or 10 points. Trump is down 19. These are the kind of Collar County areas I'm talking about. So there is potentially, if he doesn't improve that number, that minus 33 number, there's the potential for some down ballot drag now that wasn't present 4 weeks ago, but it is present now with respect to state legislative races and the balance of power in Illinois. And, if you
then would it behoove some of your people that you're helping, or clients, whatever, politicians, to separate themselves from Donald Trump in order to save themselves?
It's not about separating, and it's not, of course, in some districts he's helpful. Southern Illinois, outside of Cook County and the Collars, he's doing quite well. You go down to Southern Illinois and it's reversed. Trump is up 20 points in some of those legislative districts.
Hey, did you see the new ad, the new Ronner attack ad? With Donald Trump, and he says, I'll support the party, and then they say something else that Donald Trump said. Oh, the reporter.
This is from liberal North Shore Democrat State Senator Dan Biss. This is his PAC that's going after Ronner and trying to, what they're trying to do.
They're trying to muddy the water. Oh, tell us.
Well, what they're trying to do in Cook and the Collars is make Trump an albatross and tie it around the neck of every Republican, including Ronner, to drive his numbers down in Cook and the Collar counties as well. So it's clear what they're trying to do. And the question is, are people going to fall for it? Or do people understand the difference between the federal government and state government? Do people look at who's in charge of the state government and say, if I'm one of the 3/4 of Illinoisans who think Illinois is on the wrong track, do I look at my local Democrat state legislator and say, well, you're part of why we're on the wrong track? Or do I just say, well, you're not Donald Trump, or you don't have an R next to your name, and that's good enough for me, so I'll continue to support the implosion of Illinois at the hands of Chicago Democrats in Chicago, and that we export down to Springfield to run state government as well. And that's all well and good. I mean, that's a big question. I don't know how people are going to react. Are they going to make independent decisions? There's a lot of evidence to suggest they will largely make independent decisions between president, between U.S. Senate, between comptroller, between state legislative races, where they're high-profile races where a lot of resources are being expended on both sides. that people will make independent decisions. But there's a percentage that are saying, oh, if you're voting for Trump, then I'm just against you on down the line. And there's a lot of college-educated women. It's a lot in terms of impact. It's a small number. But in terms of political impact, deciding close races, college-educated women who are right now looking at Trump and saying he is unacceptable and anyone associated with him, even just by the R label, is also unacceptable. They're making races closer than they should be in some of the suburban areas, and potentially could be the difference in a change in the status quo in Springfield on November 9th, or Madigan and Cullerton with their supermajorities, or at least significant majorities, and a continuation of the last 2 years that we've had of the obstructionist Democrats in Springfield not even giving a fair airing to the proposals by Governor Rauner. So, I mean, that's the choice you have to make. Are you just going to be offended by Donald Trump's boorish comments and perhaps some boorish behavior? Not that there's not a lot of that to go around. Are you just going to be content to take that position and then punish everybody who has nothing to do with any of it? Or are you going to say, boy, my state is not in a good place. Now let's see who's been there for a while and who's had an opportunity to prove up or not, and what have they done? And maybe I should make an assessment on that. And if I want things to change, in part, I suppose maybe a personnel change is in order to shift the balance of power in Springfield to see if we can have a different discussion and at least level up some policy proposals for up or down votes. I don't know. Is that unreasonable? Is that misogynistic? Is that racist? Are we just going to have suburban women, largely suburban college-educated women, a percentage of them, fall for the old bigot baiting gender politics that they've fallen for over and over again in Illinois, particularly, where you've allowed Mike Madigan to lord over this state for 40 years. And how's that going? I don't know. I mean, I know you're.
Is anybody running against Mike Madigan again this time?
There was a primary, but I mean, that doesn't matter. What matters is the suburbs. If the Republican Party is not the party of the suburbs, it will never be a majority party in this state. Period. The end. You cannot lose races in Eastern DuPage and McHenry and Lake County and Northwest Suburban Cook and be a majority party. Can't. So those residents in those areas need to make a decision. Mm-hmm. Do you want Madigan and Cullerton's lordship, or do you want to change the balance of power? If you want to move to the southwest side down by Midway and run against Madigan, you can do that. But an easier way to do that is stay in Park Ridge or Schaumburg or Woodstock or Mundelein or Plainfield or Addison and Bloomingdale and change out your local legislator. That's the way to do it. Change out that roll call vote for Madigan that currently represents you. Elizabeth in LaGrange.
Hi.
Hello.
I was just listening to what you were saying about how some college-educated women they don't want to associate with, Republicans and all of that. And I'm voting for Trump, and I think that all these things that they're releasing, it's just distractions, and we need to look at, where they're going to take the policy and where the leaders are going to take the country, and not, who said this or who said that. And I just think that that's where people need to put their focus and, just look at the big picture of things.
Yeah, well, you too. From your mouth to a lot of voters' ears, Elizabeth. Yeah, thanks for the call. I agree with that. Mike in Yorkville.
Yeah, I want to thank Bruce Rauner and all the other Republicans who lit a match in their own house and, bash Trump rather than just saying nothing. I guess they're going to feel the pain now of the consequences of their decision. And I don't know that this is necessarily that big a deal because, let's face it, if people can't recognize that Hillary is the epitome of the machine and what's wrong with politics, and Trump is the opportunity for an outsider, they're certainly not going to understand the difference or the relationship between taxes and everything else that goes on in the state.
Okay, Mike, thanks for the call. Matt in Oak Lawn.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Amy, quick question for you. I'll hang up and listen to your answer. If Rauner upset Quinn 2 years ago, I don't understand. I mean, there's obviously enough Republican voters in the state of Illinois. Why would Illinois not be in play if the presidential race?
Thanks for the call, Matt. I mean, it's a good question.
Is it possible?
I think it's possible. I think this is a bad matchup for Illinois to be in play, but I think it's certainly possible. And there were some polls not so long ago, 4 or 5 weeks ago, and there was an Emerson poll in particular we mentioned on the show that Trump had it down to -6 in Illinois at one point. So is it in play? Yeah. The quality candidates matter. The financing matters. I mean, don't forget, Bruce Rauner, Quinn was a wildly unpopular governor coming on the heels of Blagojevich, and then almost lost in 2010 and should have lost to Brady if he had run a better campaign. And then Rauner swamps him with money in a change election. So it's possible, but the matchup and the quality of the campaign matters. Mike on the north side.
Hi, good morning. I think the people of Illinois will keep voting the wrong way as long as they're promised things. They don't care. They don't want to stand up for themselves. They don't care about paying higher taxes as long as they get something free. I've had college-educated women tell me they'll always vote for the Democrats because the Democrats give them free birth control. But they don't realize that in order to push that through, the Democrats have to get free stuff to all other people, and your taxes are going to skyrocket. And up to 2 years ago, the laborers union, my own union, was blaming George Bush for the pension shortfall.
Yeah.
Not any Democrat, it's the president.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Mike. I mean, I guess that's the choice. I mean, that's the decision that people can make. And perhaps it's the case in Illinois that a great percentage of the people who do care about these things and who do connect the dots are expatriates living in Tennessee and Indiana and Wisconsin and everywhere but Illinois. So perhaps that's the case. We're going to find out.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Oh, a chilly start to your day. 48 degrees right now at O'Hare, going up to a high of 56 degrees, but we will have plenty of sunshine. It's going to be breezy. Tonight, clear and cold. Into the 30s we go in the outlying suburbs. And for Friday, mostly sunny, a high of 63. Let's get those travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. We definitely have more delays than Tennessee and Indiana. The Edens is really heavy, starting around Old Orchard. 33 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 24. Kennedy, 43 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 20 from Montrose, 18 in the Express. Outbound 38 minutes to the airport. The Eisenhower, now 56 minutes, Thorndale to the post office. 38 from Manheim. Outbound 37 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. New crash before Harlem on the left shoulder. Outbound it's 42 minutes. The Bryant, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Crash in the locals at the Skyway. 2 right lanes are blocked. Northbound Tri-State slow, 115th to the 83rd Street toll. From the Stevenson to 31st, and from the Reagan tollway to North Avenue. Spot Adams tollway slow from the Elgin toll to 31, Roselle to 53, Veterans Memorial now heavy. I-55 to Boughton and Lake to 290. It's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
I need to spend more time with MyPillow. I haven't been getting a lot of Z's lately. And if you've thought about getting a MyPillow, well, guess what? You're in luck. For this month only, when you buy one premium MyPillow, you still get the second one for free. But you'll also receive 2 additional Go Anywhere MyPillows. They're great for traveling. Keep it in your car if you want to take a car nap while you're waiting for the kiddies to get out of their activities. So you're actually getting 2 premium and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, all for the price of one. It's their best offer ever. You know, nearly every AM 560 host endorses MyPillow because it is the best. The National Sleep Foundation agrees because they made it their official pillow. It's washable to remove all the ickies that cause allergies and acne and asthma. So it's a great health investment and you'll sleep better. I know I do. So visit MyPillow.com. Click the radio listener special tab and use the promo code Amy. Again, 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere pillows, all for the price of one. Or you can call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201. Mention the radio listener special and use the promo code Amy.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Fed Minutes showed just how close we came to a rate hike last month. TripAdvisor won't book visits to attractions with endangered animals. Those stories next.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. The stock market crash of 2008 wiped out as much as 50% of IRA or 401k accounts. Can you afford to lose again if the next crash comes? What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in your hands? Well, with the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually hold them in your hands, where you can get your gold fast in a disaster. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993 and receive a free gold and silver IRA guide. There is no obligation. It's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Augusta Precious Metals enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993. That's 855-222-6993. 855-222-6993.
Minutes from last month's Fed meeting reveal many regulators wanted to go ahead and raise interest rates, but they lost in a close call vote. Economists expect the Fed to raise interest rates now in December. Another big day ahead for economic reports, including the Treasury's monthly update on the federal government's surplus or deficit, plus reports on import-export prices and new jobless claims. Shareholders voting next month on the proposed merger between electric car company Tesla and solar panel maker SolarCity. Travel website TripAdvisor announces it won't book any more visits to attractions in which travelers come into contact with captive wild animals. That includes tigers or swimming with the dolphins. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Are you behind in your mortgage, facing foreclosure, being given the runaround on a loan modification application by some bank or servicer? Well, you're not alone, but I may be able to help you. My name is Lou Bridges. I'm with the law firm of Lou Bridges & Associates. We've put together a team to help distressed homeowners like you. Give us a call. We give everyone who's eligible a free consultation. I guarantee you it will not be a sales pitch. We will give you our honest analysis, counsel, recommendations, and advice regarding your options.
We are experts in doing loan modifications successfully. We know the regs. We understand the process. Most importantly, we don't take no for an answer. We fight. We are prepared, and we win. We save houses. We make houses affordable. So if you want to keep your house affordable, contact us.
Go to bridgeslaw.net or call 224-513-1231. That's 224-513-1231.
Remember, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, and I guarantee you'll never be alone.
Congratulations to all who took the Balance of Nature Challenge. Success stories are pouring in.
It resolved the problem that my husband was having. We've been together for 22 years, and ever since I've known him, he's the type of guy that as soon as he eats, he's got to run to the bathroom. That's what it was. I mean, he didn't have weight loss or anything like that. He just had a lot of digestive issues. That straightened him right out, and he's eating healthier, more fruit and veg in his diet, which has straightened him out as well, but that pretty much got him back on track.
I like it. I feel good. Notice a difference in my nails and my hair. Not anything I could put my finger on, but I feel a little bit more bounce to my step. And I'm going on 70, so there's not normally bounces in my step.
Good health is only a phone call away. What are you waiting for? Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Here's David Kolsak, president of Turnkey IT, on how they do business differently.
It's been 20 years, and the business has changed probably 40 times in 20 years because technology changes every year, and you have to stay with it. You have to know where it's going and prognosticate where that is, and our clients really benefit from our knowledge and our experience and the way that we're reading the roadmap. We're putting them on things that are coming out in the future, and if it's not beneficial to the client, we won't be putting them on there. And a lot of people just fly by the seat of their pants. We have a director of information technology that his job is only to scout new technologies and how they can affect a small business. Every business, no matter if it's a funeral home, a manufacturer, a car dealer, whatever, we all rely on our information, and when that information isn't available, your business is shot. So our main purpose is to really do our very best to keep people up 100% of the time, to keep them backed up and make sure that they can do what they do, and we can deal with the technical stuff.
Leave the technical stuff to the pros at Turnkey so you can focus on the important things of your business. Visit turnkey.pro today. It's a jungle out there. You've neglected the lawn and landscaping. You didn't mean to. It was a busy summer. You had a ton of projects to take care of around the house and barely got half of them finished. Well, there's good news. It's not too late to get your outdoor areas taken care of. Get the professionals that have been beautifying outdoor areas in Chicagoland for over 37 years. Academ Lawn and Garden. Maybe you didn't know fall is a great time to plant your trees, shrubs, and even perennial plants. The temperatures are cooler and it's easier to get established for next year's plants and growing season. Academ Lawn and Garden can get your property in shape so you can enjoy the yard of your dreams after the long Chicago winter. Plus, there's still plenty of time to clean and repair your brick pavers, sidewalks, patio, driveway, and retaining walls. Academ Lawn and Garden designs and installs with Unilock paver products. For yard and landscape maintenance to full-scale landscape design, call the professionals at Academ Lawn and Garden for a fall consultation. 630-961-2521. Online at academlawnandgarden.com.
Here are the stories we're watching right now. Laquan McDonald's juvenile records remain off limits at 7.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. 5 women have come forward to accuse Donald Trump of unwanted sexual advances.
His hands were all over me.
Jessica Leeds says it happened on a plane in the 1980s. Another woman also tells the New York Times Trump kissed her on the mouth 11 years ago.
With that airplane incident, flight staff were apparently never notified, neither were the police, and there isn't any kind of an official record of the 2005 incident either. Because of that, a Trump lawyer has now drafted a letter that we just saw demanding a retraction from the Times. He accuses them in this letter of libel and of not vetting these stories that could tarnish Trump's reputation. The campaign also thinks the New York Times is trying to help Hillary.
Fox's Peter Doocy outside Trump Tower. The Republicans' campaign also calls untrue allegations by Women and People and the Palm Beach Post. A former Miss Washington also claims Trump groped her. A gunfight in Boston.
We got shots fired. I need every officer available to make their way.
That's police scanner audio from Broadcastify. 2 officers were shot by a gunman in body armor. Fox's Tanya J. Powers has more live.
Those 2 officers are in extremely critical condition now. Boston Police Commissioner William Evans says they were responding to a report of a person with a gun last night.
Roommates type disturbance. And again, domestic calls, as you know, are probably the most volatile. You never really know what you're walking into.
9 other officers also have minor injuries. Initially, police had asked people to shelter in place while they looked for the person responsible. They later said that man had been killed, Dave.
Tanya, Baltimore police officer shot last night's in much better condition. He took a bullet to the wrist and is alert the suspects were not caught. Anger at police in Portland. That protest over a city council vote to raise officer pay got violent. Cops used pepper spray. 10 demonstrators were arrested. Guess who just won a Nobel Prize?
Answer, my friend, is a blowing in the wind.
Bob Dylan awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature, a first for a songwriter honored for creating poetry for the ear. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Partly cloudy skies. We have 39 degrees at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. On WIND Chicago, here are the stories we're following right now. Cook County Board President Tony Preckwinkle will propose a penny-an-ounce tax on sweetened beverages, including pop, lemonade, and sports drinks, later today. She needs that to help try and close a 2017 budget shortfall. How does this impact you? The beverage tax would boost the cost of pop and the like by about 72 cents for a 6-pack of soda or 68 cents for a 2-liter bottle. And yes, there will be a tax imposed on your fountain drink as well. Officials in Orland Park say there's no record a student pilot killed in a small plane crash in Connecticut ever lived in Orland Hills, even though it's been identified as his home. Orland Hills Mayor Kyle Hastings says there's no record Ferris Freitag, a Jordanian, ever visited that village. Cook County judge has again told a Chicago police officer charged with murder that his defense team cannot have access to a teenage victim's juvenile record. Tribune says Judge Patricia Martin on Wednesday barred Officer Jason Van Dyke's attorneys from reviewing Laquan McDonald's records, detailing his time as a ward of the state. Los Angeles police say a detective's death will not impede a rape investigation of former Bulls player Derrick Rose. The L.A. Police Department saying that Nadine Hernandez was one of several detectives investigating those allegations. The 44-year-old died from a gunshot wound to the chest in what police say is a suspected suicide. NHL, St. Louis over the Blackhawks, 5-2. The news service of Subway. Now at Subway, Thursday is Italian BMT Day. That's today's 356-inch sub of the day. The Italian BMT, no artificial flavors or colors from artificial sources for just $3.50. It's a great sub at a great price. There's a different 356-inch sub every day, only at Subway. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The clock is ticking. The most important political event of the year comes to Chicago on October 29th. It's Freedom Summit 2016, featuring Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, Michelle Malkin, AM 560's Mike Gallagher, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and Joe Walsh. And just added, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, author of Defeating Jihad. Tickets start at just $39 and are available at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Air Comfort, the Ayn Rand Institute, and by healthinsurancementors.com.
Julian Assange, Edward Snowden, Thomas Shaw.
A new leak from anonymous whistleblower Thomas Shaw has targeted the CIA in Berlin.
This October,
Shaw isn't just a whistleblower. He's a murderer.
trust no one.
Which side are you on?
Don't miss the spy thriller critics are calling an exhilarating thrill ride.
You need to be careful, Daniel. What? Berlin
Station, a new original series, premieres Sunday, 9/8 Central, only on Epix.
America is taking the lead in energy.
Leading the world in oil and natural gas production. I vote to keep it going. With the right policies, we can produce, refine, and supply
more oil and natural gas.
And more abundant energy
means more affordable energy for American families.
A more secure America.
Jobs,
opportunity, and economic growth
for our children
and grandchildren.
That's why this election, I'm voting
for American energy.
Learn more at voteforenergy.org.
Join us and become an energy voter.
Brought to you by American Petroleum Institute.
7:06. Let's get a check of the roads in our AM 560 traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Kennedy is getting heavier. There was a report of a stalled semi right in the Hubbard Tunnel blocking a lane. It's now 50 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 23 from Montrose, 20 of the Express, outbound 42 minutes to O'Hare. Eden's 29 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26. The Eisenhower, 55 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, 37 from Manheim, outbound 39 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 2 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, 47 minutes from the Tri-State. Outbound, it's 49 minutes now. Make that 42 minutes out to 3:55. The Ryan, 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. A crash near the Skyway has cleared. Northbound Tri-State delays. Cicero most of the way to 83rd Street Toll. Then from the Stevenson to 47. Then from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Adams Tollway heavy. Roselle to 53. The Tri-State to the Kennedy. Reagan Tollway from the Aurora Toll to Wiola. 22nd to the Tri-State. Veterans Memorial from I-55 most of the way to St. Charles. Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, mostly sunny and cooler with a high of 56. Tonight, clear and moonlit with a low 38. Tomorrow, a mostly sunny day, high 65, and a clear and moonlit night tomorrow night, low 52. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
39 at O'Hare, 46 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
He was like an octopus. It was like he had 6 arms. He was all over the place.
I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Who do you complain to? He owns the pageant. So there's no one to complain to.
Hey, you the clown that was scaring the kids back there?
That was a mistake. I'm sorry about that. I take responsibility.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Now, this
These WikiLeaks emails, John Podesta emails, the Clinton campaign chairman, also former Bill Clinton chief of staff, very close confidant, supporter, political shaman of the Clintons. These emails that disclose a lot of things, collaboration between the Clinton campaign and the D.C. press corps, collaboration between the Clinton campaign and the State Department, collaboration between the Clinton campaign and the Justice Department, the collaboration of those those latter two collaborations, Justice and State, Catherine Herridge yesterday called inappropriate and unprofessional.
And she'd never seen anything like this before. I mean, even she was completely shocked. You could tell.
But you see, we don't have audio or video of those things. We just have emails. We just have the written word, so it doesn't matter. Just like the Catholic bigotry exhibited by Clinton confidants and allies, it doesn't matter, right? This exchange between Sandy Newman and John Podesta, Clinton campaign chairman, Sandy Newman writing, there needs to be a Catholic spring in which Catholics themselves demand the end of a Middle Ages dictatorship and the beginning of a little democracy and respect for gender equality in the Catholic Church. Other communiques that involve Podesta talked about the bastardization of the faith by Catholics who believe in the Catechism, as opposed to the Catholics that they want, the Catholicism they want, which is Catholicism that adopts the views of the radical left. And they're getting it in certain circles, including, I would say, unfortunately, in some respects, with the Archbishop and soon-to-be Cardinal Blaise Cupich of Chicago. Certainly with the President of Notre Dame, outgoing President DePaul. So, I mean, there's a lot of Catholics that are compliant. I mean, the Catholic vote very close between Mitt Romney and Barack Obama, amazingly. So
he's saying Catholicism is backwards in its view of gender relations?
Yeah, I mean, you know what they're saying.
Look at Muslims. Do you think they're have open views about gender relations? If you're gay, they throw you off the roof of a building. They stone you in public.
Well, that's certainly what happens in some Islamic theocracies.
If you cheat on your husband, they'll kill you.
Yeah.
If you so look at another man. And don't even think about driving in Saudi Arabia, ladies.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine if this was about
But you can think if you're
Islamophobia?
If you're in Saudi Arabia or Yemen or Qatar, you can think about making a sizable donation to the Clinton Foundation. They'll accept that. All right. For more on this topic of Catholic bigotry and, I know nobody should care about it.
Well, I want to know how long it's been going on.
Well, this is the secular humanistic left, and it's increasingly the broad range of the political spectrum. That's the national religion, and in order to impose that as the national religion in violation of the First Amendment, you have to expunge private expressions of religion in the public square as well as in the private sphere. Wall Street Journal had an excellent editorial on the topic that they posted yesterday about the anti-Catholic Clinton camp. But it doesn't matter, right? That bigotry is okay. It's okay to be bigoted towards conservative Catholics. It's okay to marginalize them and deprive them of their rights. It's okay to go after the little sisters of the poor and say, I'm sorry, little sisters of the poor, you deserve no space for your conscience. That doesn't work in a free society. Is that still a free society? So I'm sorry, who's trying to impose which dictatorship? Mr. Newman? The Middle Ages dictatorship of the Catholic Church? Who are the authoritarians again? I'm a bit confused. Maybe Mary Fiorito can help us. Mary Fiorito joins us now. She is a former aide to Cardinal Francis George. She's the visiting fellow, the Cardinal Francis George visiting fellow position. She holds that at the Ethics and Public Policy Center. And she joins us now. Mary, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, Dan and Amy.
Good morning. So Bill Donahue, the president of the Catholic League, called on John Podesta to resign or be terminated in terms of any relationship with the Clinton campaign. Well, that's probably not going to happen, but even if it did, so what? What's your response to the contents of the emails that have been disclosed by WikiLeaks in terms of their perspective on Catholicism and Catholics who believe in Catholicism?
Well, I had a couple of different reactions. Dan, my first was to think, wow, this is really sort of the Clinton camp's clinging to guns and religion moment, sort of going back to the ridiculous statements that Obama made during his own campaign. But for me, primarily, what reading these emails did was to help me to connect the dots on a couple of things that I thought were linked, but, I wasn't sure if that was my own sort of conspiracy theory mind playing into my thoughts or if it was actually true. But if you go back and look at, say the last 4 or 5 years, you're going to see a lot of links to what Halpin and Palmieri were talking about in those emails, coverage of Pope Francis's visit to the United States, and the way the media handled that Supreme Court case against the Little Sisters of the Poor that you referenced. And we know sort of behind all of this is billionaire George Soros, who has been paying different political groups on the left to help to try to influence a change not only in Catholic priorities, but in the way the media is covering Catholic priorities. So, for example, we know as a result of the WikiLeaks as well, but this would have been a few months ago, I think back in August, that Soros paid $650,000 to influence the media coverage of Pope Francis's visit to the United States. And, I know you spoke about this at the time when the Holy Father was here. 2 kind of prominent visits that he made were first to kind of a surprise visit to the Little Sisters of the Poor, very, very clearly showing his solidarity with them in their attempt to defend themselves against the Obama administration, and then his visit with Kim Davis, both of which, were immediately attempted to either be minimized altogether or manipulated in such a way that it made it appear that the Holy Father wasn't a supporter of religious liberty and of conscience rights.
Well, they didn't allow pictures of the Pope and Kim Davis. Remember that? It was just a meeting that they had. So you mentioned the $625,000 that George Soros spent?
Yeah, $650,000 to a group called Faith in Public Life. And then Faith in Public Life, released this report talking about how successful they were in attempting to have the Pope's message here characterized in such a way that would make it look as if his real focus was on poverty and on the environment. And of course, that's part of the message, right? It's not like it's not something he's saying. However, he also made very strong statements about marriage and about abortion and about religious freedom. So, but those were sort of muted, and the others sort of elevated in such a way that kind of skewed the Pope's message. So,
well, see, that's fine. I mean, that's all Catholics have to do, and then they're fine with Podesta and the Clinton camp. Mary I know Pope Francis has called the redefinition of marriage anthropological regression, and I know he's pro-life. But if we just don't talk about it, or if we just concede it altogether, let's just be pro-choice. Let's just give up the church's teaching on marriage, and let's focus on climate change and the $15 minimum wage. If we just make those the main tenets of Catholicism, then we won't have any problem. So, can't the religion evolve the way that John Podesta and his friends would like it to evolve?
Well, and two, I think it's very interesting what the Democratic strategists and the Clinton campaign's response to all of this has been, which is to basically cite Pew studies showing that there are many Catholics in the United States who don't accept the church's teachings on some of our, sexual ethics or moral issues. Well, a big deal. I mean, as the Cardinal would say, this isn't, Cardinal George was fond of saying, this isn't your church, isn't my church, it's Christ's church. And it's our obligation to try to follow what Christ's, teachings were to us. Newsflash, the Catholic Church is a hierarchical institution. And,
wait a second. Are you saying that Christ is more knowledgeable than John Podesta? I mean, that doesn't sound right to me.
Hey, do you think, Mary?
Commandments, not 10 suggestions.
Yeah.
Yes, Amy, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Do you think John Podesta should be fired, or should he step down, or what do you think should happen to him?
Amy, I'm not sure. I think what he had to say in those emails shows incredible contempt, not just for people who really do try to authentically live out their Catholic faith, but also for evangelicals. The sort of banter back and forth between Palmieri and Podesta about Catholicism being the more socially acceptable religion because, their rich friends wouldn't understand if they became evangelicals. I mean, to take basically all people who really do hold more conservative, if, for lack of a better word, but, that take sexual ethics, particularly around marriage and abortion. And I think that's really what the key in all of this is. It's really trying to change Catholic public opinion on abortion in particular, but marriage and contraception sort of the side issues. And, again, just the absolute contempt with which people of faith were held. I think in many other institutions or in other campaigns, there certainly would be some kind of disciplinary action or an apology forthcoming or something. How the Clinton campaign, wants to handle his particular employment issues, I'm not really equipped to comment on. But
you know what's fascinating about this too. What the left tries to do is say, people of faith are anti-intellectual, and people of faith and people of faith are bigots. And it turns out, of course, the bigot baiters are the bigots, and those accusing others of being anti-intellectual are the real Luddites. They're the real troglodytes. They're the real anti-intellectuals. And I would just love to get John Podesta and Palmieri and Mike Halpin and all this little cabal that thinks they're so smart because they can invoke a word like Thomism. Let's have a discussion. You bring all your people, and I'll bring Mary Fiorito and Professor George from Princeton and Professor Esselin from Providence, and we'll have a discussion about Thomas Aquinas, and we'll have a discussion about faith in a free society. You pick the topics. You pick the topics, and we'll have an intellectual discussion about it, and we'll broadcast it on every channel like we broadcast presidential debates, and let people hear the arguments and the quality of the arguments side by side.
Right. Well, and I think, too, the sort of arrogance with which he made those comments about Thomistic philosophy and subsidiarity, which would be very, important components of Catholic social teaching, as if he held some kind of doctoral degree from one of our pontifical universities.
Right.
What is your background that makes you feel that you're competent to comment on these things? I found that, more than a little bit arrogant, and it reminded me of, Nancy Pelosi's staffers, maddeningly Googling, Thomas Aquinas to respond to something about abortion one time. You're just thinking, okay, on the one, because they were trying to contradict something the bishops had said. And on the one hand, you had, Nancy Pelosi staffers and Google and, and bishops who had doctoral degrees in philosophy and theology.
Yeah,
so
they thought Thomas.
It reminded me of that.
They thought Thomas Aquinas was a congressman from Alabama. Here's something else too, though. Here's why they're going to get away with this. Because if the bigotry is directed at one of their constituency groups on the left, if there was an actual case of bigotry on this order, but directed at a different target, then there's protests in the streets. It dominates the cable news networks, op-eds after op-eds. Here, Catholic bigotry, Bill Donahue said something, and we move on.
Yeah. Well, and I think, people need to start listening very carefully to the way in which not just the Clinton camp, Hillary Clinton herself is referencing people of faith, particularly Christians, evangelical Christians and Catholics. I don't know if you are familiar with the talk she gave back in April of 2015 at the Women's World Summit, where she was talking about reproductive rights. And she said, listen, in order to make this accessible to everyone and publicly funded, we need to start working on changing deeply seated religious beliefs.
Yeah, that's right.
So so I guess, we have to go back and change the Fifth Commandment now, apparently, in order to get, Hillary Clinton what she wants. So, and she talks about, for example, freedom of worship, but she doesn't talk about freedom of religion. And that, to me, is a very big red flag because, Stalin allowed for freedom of worship. Freedom of religion is very, very different. People could go to church, but you couldn't be a Christian in the public square.
Yeah.
And that is a distinction.
You'll have the
very, very, yeah.
You'll have the freedom to worship the state in Clinton's 21st century America. Right. I mean, that's kind of the direction we're going. So I don't know. I guess we'll find out if people find religious liberty valuable or not on November 8th. Mary Fiorito, right. She is the Cardinal Francis George Visiting Fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center. Mary, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Well, plenty of blue skies today. It's going to be breezy out there and cool. A high only into the mid to upper 50s. Tonight, lows in the 30s out. And then tomorrow, Friday, mostly sunny skies, a high of 63. And looking ahead to the first game of the NLCS on Saturday, we're going to have a warm breeze with clouds and sun, a high of 70 degrees. Let's get the travel times. Any activity around Wrigley Field this morning? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Well, it's a little day of rest. Sure, everyone will be watching the Dodgers and the Nationals tonight. Right now, the Kennedy getting heavier, though. It's 59 minutes, so O'Hare to downtown. 28 from Montrose, 25 in the Express. The Ohio Feeder's starting to back up. Outbound 46 minutes downtown to the airport. Edens, 30 minutes Lake Hook to Montrose. Outbound 28. The Eisenhower, 58 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop. Outbound 42. Stevenson, an hour and 8 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, it's 39 minutes. Rhine heavy after a crash at the Skyway. 28 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 36 minutes. I-80 to Merge. Division Ford, 30. Tri-State southbound slow, a plane to 137. Northbound, Los Cicero, much of the way to 31st after the Cermak toll to the Grand Avenue curve. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
CNN's talking about this, too, with noted theologian Stephanie Rawlings Blake, the former mayor of Baltimore. What a joke.
Please.
This is what I'm talking about. It'll go away. Business owners and managers, you likely aren't getting the most out of your phone system, and whether you realize it or not, you could be losing revenue. At AM 560, Innovative Networks is more than a client. They're also a company we work with and highly recommend. They excel at providing innovative solutions to reinforce your company's phone infrastructure and enhance call flow. We appreciate how comprehensive, diligent, and cost-effective Innovative Networks was in providing network solutions that scale with our business. And amazingly, they can replace your outdated phone system at no cost. Plus, provide hands-on training to maximize your capabilities. Your bottom line will improve, and you'll be better equipped to focus on growing your business. We're thrilled with Innovative Networks and suggest you call at 312-889-9090. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Call 312-889-9090 or visit go4inet.com. That's go, the number 4, INET.com.
Lawns love fall. They love backyard touch football and kids diving into leaf piles. But what lawns really love is fall's cool air and warm soil. That's why now is the time to use Scott's Turf Builder grass seed to help repair and thicken your lawn from the long summer. Scott's Turf Builder grass seed grows grass quicker, thicker, and greener, guaranteed. So pick up a bag today. Fall time is yard time with Scott's.
Get to Kohl's starting Thursday and get your family ready for fall with 40 to 50% off Sonoma Goods for Life apparel and footwear and 50 to 60% off sheets, blankets, and throws. Plus, take an extra 20% off when you spend $100 or more. Take an extra 15% off when you spend under $100. Everyone gets Kohl's cash too. Now that's the good stuff. Kohl's. Select styles offer valid 10/13 through 10/23. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Building owners and managers, Bruce Diedrich here from Waukegan Roofing. It's that time of year again. Another unpredictable Chicago winter is just around the corner. Now is the perfect time of year for a service and maintenance agreement with Waukegan Roofing. Waukegan Roofing has been installing and maintaining roofs you can rely on for all of Chicagoland. Our experienced team of service technicians is the right solution for your new or existing roofing system for years to come. With your dedicated service tech and our multi-point inspection program, we cover all areas of your roof, from early detection to preventative maintenance and repairs. Now is the time to prepare your roof for the harsh Chicago winter ahead. Call Waukegan Roofing today for your service and maintenance appointment. Call us at 877-ROOF-201. That's 877-ROOF-201. Or visit us online at waukeganroofing.com. Waukegan Roofing, installing roofs you can rely on since 1914.
Illinois licensee 104000761.
If you're serious about selling your home, now's the time. Supply is low, and it's a great seller's market in many Chicagoland neighborhoods. Now, I've done the research, and along with my Salem radio colleagues, Dennis Prager and Michael Medved, we all recommend that you call Saul. Saul Z and the Z team are so good that if they don't sell your home in 59 days, they'll sell it for free, guaranteed. Saul is ranked 106.
Election Day is Tuesday, November 8th.
I know this
because some famous actors told me.
Thanks, famous actors.
Thanks, famous actors.
Thanks,
famous actors.
I had
no idea. No idea. I was just thinking sometime in December, maybe January.
Wait, it's this year? I
thought it was over.
888-346-0666 or call Saul, SAUL.net. Call Saul.net or 888-346-0666. You'd better call Saul.
I have actually been on Balance of Nature for a year now. I have MS, and I recently had an MRI. This is the first year that I've had a stable MRI, so I'm thrilled. When I have an MRI with MS, usually there are glowing spots that come through, which is damage on the nerves in my brain and my spinal cord, and when they're glowing, it means they're active. And then my last MRI, they pulled it up, and I honestly couldn't believe that it was my MRI. There was nothing glowing. And in fact, the dark spots were shrinking. They were healing. And the doctor actually said to me, I think we're in remission. I was so happy. I had no idea that that could be my reality.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain and complete suffering. It took many years before really we figured out exactly what it was or how to treat it. My whole goal was I did not want to be on high levels of pain medicine. After some time, I went to see Dr. Kenneth Candido to try to figure out the source of the pain and a solution and how to solve it. He listens. I'm going to cry because it's so real. I've been through so much, and he wants to help his patients, and he's there for me whenever I need him.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, a dizzying series of events overnight. Now we are at 6 alleged Donald Trump accusers.
And what happens if Donald Trump, codename Octopussy, loses? We'll pose that question to Michael Goodwin from the New York Post at 7:37.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Washington Post this morning says they're endorsing Hillary Clinton for president. They say they do so without hesitation. It was not unexpected. Donald Trump takes aim at the New York Times, calling the paper to retract a story quoting two women who claim he sexually assaulted them several years ago. The campaign calls that report fiction. A top Hillary Clinton campaign advisor questioning the authenticity of an email exchange where she makes comments critical of Catholics.
I'm a Catholic. I don't recognize that email that we saw. And this whole effort is led by the Russians.
Campaign Director of Communications Jennifer Palmieri, another email exchange involving Clinton campaign top officials. John Podesta then discussed the need for a Catholic spring. Controversies aside, Donald Trump campaigns in Florida and Ohio, Hillary Clinton in California. Two Boston police officers are hospitalized. This morning, they were shot in the line of duty after responding to a domestic call. Chairman and CEO of Wells Fargo resigning after the bank's phony account scandal. John Stumpf will step down. Bob Dylan named the winner of the 2016 Nobel Prize in Literature. It's a stunning announcement. First time the prize has been bestowed on someone primarily seen as a musician. Cook County Board President Toni Preckwinkle has a huge hole in her budget to fill, so she will propose a penny-an-ounce tax on sweetened beverages, including pop, lemonade, and sports drinks, later in the day to close a 2017 budget shortfall. The move comes after she revived a 1 cent on the dollar sales tax hike. Chicago sports last night, Blues over the Blackhawks in the opener of the NHL season, 5-2. The news, a service of Napa Auto Parts. When you pick up the 99-cent reusable bag from participating Napa Auto Parts stores, you're not just getting a bag, you're getting 20% off the stuff you put in it. That's Napa know-how while supplies last. Minimum 3 items purchased. Some restrictions apply. Offer expires 10:31:16. 7:33 is our time. Check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
I'd say the same thing to a billionaire that I would say to somebody making $30,000 a year.
The Joe Walsh Show.
The money you make, the money you earn, the money you invest, that's your money, damn it. And I think it's your duty, it's your right to do whatever you can do legally to limit what you give government, because we have a government that's too damn big.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Hurry into Cabela's Take Aim event and take up to an additional 50% off the lowest marked price on select items at the Bargain Cave Blowout. In-store only at Cabela's in Hoffman Estates and Hammond.
I just love CertaPro painters. You know, they've been to our home twice now, painted our chipped front porch and my son's bedrooms. Sharp lines, vibrant colors. And you know, fall is right around the corner, the season of colors, so now is the perfect time to update your home. Whether it's a bold new warm color for the dining room or a fresh take on your home's exterior, call CertaPro painters to transform and protect your home before cold weather arrives. Plus, the holidays will be here before you know it. So now is the perfect time to give your home that updated look you've been wanting. Call now to schedule your fall painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA. I trust CertaPro painters in my home. They were nice guys. They cleaned up after themselves. There wasn't a single drop of paint anywhere except on my beautiful walls. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, so you'll feel confident knowing that these are local business owners who are part of your community. Call now for your free fall painting estimate at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's 1-800-GOCERTA. Or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
The Chicago Symphony Orchestra returns to the Edmund Memorial Chapel at Wheaton College for a new 3-concert series October 28th, March 17th, and April 21st. Witness the extraordinary music making of the CSO in these 3 performances led by acclaimed conductors, including Zell music director Riccardo Muti. Also, don't miss exemplary soloists like violinist Baiba Skrida, pianist Mitsuko Uchida, and CSO concertmaster Robert Chen. Tickets are on sale now, including 3 concert packages starting at $105. For tickets, call 312-294-3000 or visit cso.org/Wheaton.
It is 7:36. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The Edens inbound is 32 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 31. The Kennedy now an hour and 7 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 42 minutes. The Eisenhower, an hour. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 45 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 8 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40 minutes. The Ryan, 27 minutes. 95th to the Loop, southbound Lakeshore Drive. Jammed. Roosevelt to the Stevenson. There's a stalled bus on the ramp to the outbound Stevenson. Northbound delays from the Stevenson to Jackson. Tri-State southbound slow up Plain to 137. Northbound Cicero most of the way to 31st. And from the Cermak toll to the Grand Avenue curve. Traffic is a service of Subway. Try the new thick-cut autumn carved turkey sandwich from Subway, featuring oven-roasted carved turkey, served with a new sweet cranberry mustard sauce and sliced cheddar cheese on freshly baked 9-grain wheat bread. Get to Subway and try it today. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Providing the right climate for business since 1935. Sunny and breezy today, a high near 56. Currently, partly cloudy skies, 39 at O'Hare. Next news at 8. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Live with Andrew Holmes. Get honest answers to your questions every Sunday at 12 noon.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Amy, we've been talking all morning about...
Catholicism.
Well, that's part of it. Also, the split between men and women on Trump versus Clinton. Trump minus 33 among women. That's a historic deficit. Plus 11 among men. What can he do to minimize the loss among the female electorate in order to win the presidency? I've been soliciting people's take on that and came up with an idea. I want to run it by. What do you think?
You could stop groping women.
Well, that's sure. Yeah.
Allegedly.
I've
got my starting 6 here.
Alleged past bad acts that the New York Times reported yesterday, and including a 35-year-old instance allegedly in first class on a plane. But we'll get to those. But here's my general idea.
Mm-hmm.
Reverse Lysistrata.
What?
Lysistrata, Chirac, the recent movie that Spike Lee made was based on the Lysistrata, the Greek tragedy, or comedy. And the idea that women should withhold sex in order to quell the violence, right?
Right.
So what if husbands withhold sex from their wives in order to get them to vote for Trump, since Trump is plus 11 among men and minus 33 among women? What do you think about that? How do you think that would work?
You know what? I don't think that would work. I appreciate the idea.
Yeah, I'm just spitballing.
And the thoughtfulness, but no, I don't think that's going to work.
No.
I don't know if anything can work at this point in time.
All right, well, let's see if we've got any better ideas than that one. We're happy to be joined now by Michael Goodwin. He's a New York Post columnist, Fox News contributor. Michael, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
My pleasure, guys. Good morning.
Good morning. So you wrote a piece the other day. This was after the first round of Podesta email leaks that the New York Times, which was exposed as being one of those outlets collaborating with the Clinton campaign, had essentially sacrificed whatever journalistic integrity it had on the pyre of getting Hillary Clinton elected. Explain your view on that and what you think about their story yesterday with the accusations being leveled against Trump by multiple women.
Right. First to the issue of integrity, I think this is something that is doing permanent damage to the New York Times, and because of it being such the flagship of American journalism to many people, I think it's going to hurt journalism in general. And the issue is that the Times, and I should say I started my career there. I worked there for 16 years, starting right out of college. And it had a true separation of what was called there church and state. So the opinion side of the newspaper had its own editor, its own reporting system to the publisher, and the news side had a separate reporting system and its own editor. And the publisher presided over both. But this church-state separation was to protect the news side from the influences of the institutional opinions. And it was rigorously enforced to the point where I, starting as a clerk and then a lowly reporter, any time I came near to suggesting a personal opinion, talk about your bleach bit. This was the days of whiteout. Everything was erased. And, of course, I wasn't alone. That was the rule of the paper. We're here to present the facts, not your opinion. If we want an opinion, we have the editorial page, we have the op-ed columnists. Reporters, editors, and the news side are not to venture into that turf. And as I say, it was called church and state for the same reason that the idea that there would not be an official American church was to protect all the other churches also. So, and to protect civilian life. So in the same way, that was the Times ethos for many, many years. What has happened now is the editor, a man named Dean Baquet, has effectively authorized reporters to give their own opinions in their stories. And you can read it every day, and you will see it sounds and reads more like opinion on the front page and in every story. There are no longer, when it comes to politics especially, straight news stories. They're all loaded with the opinion of maybe the editor in charge, maybe the writer, maybe it's the headline, maybe it's the choice of the photo. Everything is done to convey a position, a partisan position.
Right.
And this will outlive this campaign. Once you let that genie out of the bottle, there's no way to put it back in.
So this morning's article in the New York Times about the two women that, from 30 plus years ago that Donald Trump allegedly groped, one on a plane, the other, he kissed. Do you think that was reckless and irresponsible of them to run that story?
Well, look, I think the 30 years to me, is an issue. Some of the women, and I'm not sure, I haven't seen the Times story, but stories are popping up everywhere with women more recently than 30 years. Look, the Times tried a 30-year story way back months ago with Trump and women 30 years ago. These were women he had dated. How did he treat them? Look, the Times is clearly out to get Trump. They have made no qualms about that. When I on Twitter, you will see Times reporters piling into the story today. Reporters who are not associated with it, but who are Times reporters. Clearly, they think they're going to bring down Trump. And they may well do that. But I think the danger is that you have now unleashed this beast of opinion writing throughout the paper, and to where the paper will only be read by people who agree with it, who agree with those opinions, and nobody else will be able to trust it because it will be so loaded and so obviously tilted toward one. So what's going to happen in the next election? What's going to happen if Hillary Clinton becomes president? Is the paper going to be, are the reporters able to criticize her when she's president, or must they continue to support her when she's president? So I think this is uncharted territory for what is the most important news organization in America, and the most influential still, because a lot of papers, a lot of TV stations take their cue from the New York Times. The New York Times news service is very prominent. So I think this is a huge change in American journalism that will have profound impacts for years and years.
Well, right. The groupthink that you describe, I guess there'll be a market reaction to that at some point, as you say. If it's only going to be preaching to the choir, then fewer people are going to attend that service, and there are many more outlets popping up. We see the attrition and daily readership of the big urban-centered newspapers, and I suppose that will continue.
Right. Look, I think people generally do not understand how American journalism was different, say, from European journalism or most other developed countries. Their newspapers and radio and TV are all very closely aligned with political parties. America was different. America did have general interest newspapers that strived mightily, even though, of course, they were owned by local businessmen or families for generations. But every town in America had newspapers that were independent, and they strived to reflect the local culture, people in it, the common good. Of course, there was less than idealism in many cases, but I think this is now going to change. I think we've now entered a new era of partisan newspapers throughout the country, and I think that there's something great. There's a great loss to our civic culture.
I wanted to get your reaction to this piece in one of those kind of alternative outlets that are finding success in the wake of people fleeing old media outlets. That's thefederalist.com. Ben Domenech writes, here's what's going to happen to the GOP if Trump loses. Nothing. Nothing's going to change. He writes, the Republican Party will be torn in two different directions. Trumpists will abandon it because they believe it was insufficiently pro-Trump. Anti-Trumpists will abandon it because it nominated Trump. And no personnel will change because there's no movement afoot to replace Ryan or to replace McConnell. So the party will just continue limping along, perhaps with majorities still in Congress. Do you agree with that?
Well, look, I think if Trump goes down in big flames, it's hard to see how the Republicans will hold either house. Clinton has already started signaling that she is moving in that direction, attacking Marco Rubio in Florida. She clearly wants a Democratic Congress, at least a Democratic Senate. The House is a little tougher, but it could go too. Look, there will be a Republican Party. It's not going to disappear. But the question is it any kind of oppositional party at all? Does it have any strength in Washington? What happens in the state houses in this election and the midterm elections? We saw a great realignment in the states under the Obama years, where Democrats lost governorships, they lost state legislators, they lost the entire farm system for the federal government, and the tide could be moving in the opposite direction now.
All right, he is Michael Goodwin, New York Post columnist and Fox News contributor. Michael, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you both very much.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Today, sunshine, breezy, a high of 56. Let's go to the traffic center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. On the Eden's inbound 29 minutes from Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 33. There's a crash at Wilson on the right side. Kennedy, an hour and 8 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 39 minutes. The Ike, an hour. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 50 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 7 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 36 minutes. Bryan, 28 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, jam solid. Roosevelt to the Stevenson with a stalled bus on the ramp to the outbound Stevenson. Tri-State southbound slow 21 to 137. Northbound Cicero most of the way to 31st. And from the Cermak toll to the Grand Avenue curve, eastbound Adams tollway delays. Randall to the Fox River, Roselle to 53, and Bussey to Lee. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I know, I've seen it in my lab, and I know that it works. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection. And that, to me, as a scientist, rings so true, and it's only natural.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Mike Rowe here for 1 hour. Today, Chuck is jogging in place to make a point about energy efficiency.
I thought I was training for a marathon.
He's been at it now for...
3 minutes.
And already he's wearing out.
I'm not.
Your heating and air conditioning systems are a lot like Chuck.
Warm yet somehow cool?
Wheezing, wasting energy, and probably headed for replacement.
You're talking about the air systems, right?
Sure, pal. Sure. Call 1 hour before it's too late.
Can you do the disclaimer for me?
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Thanks.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I want you to know that Steve Reich will be the best representative for McHenry County. Steve knows you have to walk on both sides of the road, and he sees rising property taxes driving out homeowners who thought they'd get help. Well, Steve Reich will fight for tax relief that will also grow the local economy. And I know Steve Reich will have a strong voice for the farmers. Steve will work for you and everybody in McHenry County. Elect Steve Reich for state representative in the 63rd District.
Paid for by citizens to elect Stephen Reich.
Welcome to Staples.
Staples guy, have to move fast in business. Gotta go, go, go.
Well, then you need to see the all-new redesigned HP OfficeJet Pro printers.
Are they fast?
They're lightning fast and deliver two-sided prints, which saves you time and money. You can even print from your smartphone.
Sounds perfect.
And now at Staples, you can save up to $100 on one.
Fast, efficient, and I save money? So I can relax.
I can see the tension melting.
Yep, gotta go.
Away.
Now save up to $100 on a fast new HP OfficeJet Pro. And save every day on ink and toner. Staples. Make more happen.
For limited time, see storestaples.com for details. Restrictions may apply.
Think fast. In the short time it takes to listen to this message, a small flame can turn into a big fire. Several minutes more, and thick, poisonous smoke may have filled your lungs and reduced your ability to respond. Give it 5, and your entire home may be filled with flames.
Keep breathing. We've got you.
Don't let your world go up in smoke. Have working smoke alarms and always stay in the kitchen when cooking at high temperatures. Learn more at usfa.fema.gov because fire is everyone's fight.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, suggestions on how Trump can improve his standing among female voters. Amish Texture offered the suggestion.
It's the best.
He should write a book entitled 50 Shades of Orange. Not bad.
Well, we might have a 50 Shades of Gray situation here because so far, I mean, while you guys were sleeping, there's a dizzying amount of women who have come forward claiming that Donald Trump groped them. Let's start with Jessica Leeds. She was on a plane, sat first class next to Donald Trump, and he apparently tried to get under her skirt.
I started telling my story about a year and a half ago when it became apparent.
Yeah, let's not waste time here.
And I don't think I said a word. During the late 60s, 70s, and into the 80s, culture had instilled in us that somehow it was our fault, the attention that we received from men.
All right.
That was her explaining why, of course, she didn't come forward until she said she started telling her story a year and a half ago when it was clear he was running for president, but she hadn't said anything about it in 35 years.
But here's the octopus arms.
It was over 35 years ago. I was hired by a newsprint company. I was a sales rep. I was traveling in the Middle West. I was coming back into New York City, and it was on that flight that the stewardess asked me would I like to move up to first class? I didn't need to be asked twice, and I sat down next to a young man, blonde, tall, and he introduced himself as Donald Trump. I was not really aware of the real estate world of Trump. We just chatted back and forth, nothing particular. It wasn't until they cleared the meal that somehow or another the armrest in the seat disappeared, and it was a real shock when all of a sudden his hands were all over me. He started encroaching on my space, and I hesitate to use this expression, but I'm going to, and that is, he was like an octopus. It was like he had 6 arms. He was all over the place. And if he had stuck with the upper part of the body, I might not have gotten that upset. But it's when he started putting his hand up my skirt, and that was it. That was it. I was out of there.
So a couple of things. Wow. I mean, that's an odd statement. If he would have stuck with the upper part of the body doing something unwanton, I would have had no problem with it. That's a weird statement. Number one. Number two, I don't know what first class was like 35 years ago, but the idea that the divider, whatever divided the seats, disappeared. I don't know. The idea that he could grope her like an octopus and nobody noticed and nobody did anything. Well, yeah. She didn't mention that. That's also curious. And then the last thing that's curious is the timing of all this.
Yeah, of course. I mean, all these women are coming forward because I personally think that the Clinton campaign has gotten to them saying, now's the time to rally, ladies. I mean, we have another woman, Rachel Crooks, who said he forced his tongue down her throat. We have another woman, Mindy. We have another woman, Tasha Dixon, who was offended that he came into her dressing room at a beauty pageant.
So let's roll this back for a second. The TMZ reporting that NBC held that Access Hollywood audio with him and Billy Bush until Friday, purposely gave it to the Washington Post, which then published it because they wanted that to be the dominant story for 48 hours going into the second debate. That was purposeful, according to TMZ.
Yeah, because they were worried about Hurricane Matthew stealing their thunder.
Now you have, in the wake of that, a handful of women coming forward simultaneously in a New York Times story 48 hours after that. So give it a little time to breathe. Give it a little time for everybody to hear the audio into the debate, and in the day or two post-debate, now bring all these women forward who are coming forward voluntarily, simultaneously to the New York Times. Well, but that choreography is a bit curious to me.
But in their defense, they claim that they're coming forward now because Donald Trump said this during the debate.
Just for the record, though, are you saying that what you said on that bus 11 years ago, that you did not actually kiss women without consent or grope women without consent?
I have great respect for women. Nobody has more respect for women than I do.
So for the record, you're saying you never did that?
Things that, frankly, you hear these things they're said, and I was embarrassed by it. But I have tremendous respect for women.
Have you ever done those things?
Women have respect for me, and I will tell you, no, I have not.
Yeah.
So he claims he never forced himself on women. They're saying, oh, yes, he did, and that's why they're coming out in droves saying that he molested them.
And now, a moment of objectivism with Yaron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
Many problems in healthcare today are blamed on the free market. High drug prices, we're told they're due to drug companies free to set their own prices. Insurance premiums on the rise, most place the guilt on insurance companies who have the freedom to price their own products. But the reality is, America doesn't have a free market. Today we live in what philosopher Ayn Rand called a mixed economy, a mixture of freedom and lots of government controls. And healthcare is one of the most controlled industries in America. It's because of this mixed economy that many of today's healthcare problems exist. If you investigate, what you'll find is that it's not freedom, but government regulations that are to blame. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ariradio.com.
If you enjoy Yaron Brook's Moments of Objectivism, consider making a gift to support content like this from the Ayn Rand Institute. ARI fosters a growing awareness, understanding, and acceptance of Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism to create a culture guided by the principles of reason, rational self-interest, individualism, and laissez-faire capitalism. To support this work, go to ariradio.com and click on the donate button. Your tax-deductible gift will help to spread the message of Ayn Rand to the next generation. The following is a paid announcement.
Since 1983, Illinois has had 6 governors, more than 200 state senators, and more than 500 state representatives. But one man has remained. For more than 30 years, Illinois has had one Speaker of the House, Michael Madigan. Known as the King of Illinois, Madigan is the most powerful politician the state has ever seen. Now, a new documentary film is taking an unprecedented look at the Speaker's power and influence. More than 1 million Illinoisans have already watched the trailer for Madigan, Power, Privilege, Politics. Illinois' political machine doesn't want you to see this film, but we're bringing it to theaters across the state. Illinoisans deserve to know that without term limits, one man has taken total control of our democracy. Tickets are going fast. To watch the trailer and reserve your seat at a documentary screening near you, go to michaelmadigan.com today. That's michaelmadigan.com. You don't want to miss this.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk to world chess master, chess champion, and human rights activist Garry Kasparov at 8:08.
Now let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
A soda tax on the way for Cook County. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony.
Without the press, without the media, Hillary Clinton is nothing.
And Donald Trump's campaign's calling untrue published allegations of him making unwanted sexual advances days after that video came out that he labeled locker room talk.
2 of them are alleging that he put the moves on them in Florida in separate stories published by People magazine and the Palm Beach Post. And then the New York Times is quoting 2 others. One says Trump kissed her at Trump Tower in 2005, and one says he touched her on an airplane 3 decades ago, saying that, quote, he was like an octopus, his hands were everywhere.
Fox's Peter Doocy outside Trump Tower.
There are no police reports about any of the stories. So Trump's lawyer sent a letter to the Times overnight accusing them of libel and writing that, quote, it is apparent from, among other things, the timing of the article that it is nothing more than a politically motivated effort to defeat Mr. Trump's candidacy.
They're out of surgery. 2 Boston police officers in extremely critical condition the morning after. That audio from Broadcastify. The shots were fired in East Boston by a man wearing body armor as they responded to a domestic disturbance. He was eventually shot and killed by police. The gang member accused of targeting, then killing 2 Palm Springs, California police officers Saturday goes to court today. The decision hasn't been made yet on whether to pursue the death penalty for John Felix. The Times, they are a changing of the Nobel Committee with a surprise prize. Fox's Simon Owen live in our European bureau.
Dave, the Nobel Prize in Literature awarded to Bob Dylan.
The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind.
It's the first time the prize has been awarded to a musician, the Swedish Academy recognizing Dylan
for having created new poetic expressions within the great American song tradition.
The Academy's Sarah Danius saying Dylan writes poetry for the ears. Dave?
This is Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
39 degrees and brilliant sunshine this morning at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Cook County Board President Tony Preckwinkle will propose today a penny-announced tax on sweetened beverages, pop, lemonade, and sports drinks to help close a 2017 budget shortfall, a move that comes 15 months after she also rammed through a 1 cent on the dollar sales tax hike. That tax will also be imposed on fountain drinks as well. Officials in Orland Hills say there's no record that a student pilot killed in a small plane crash in Connecticut ever lived in that village, even though it's been identified as his home. Investigators believe a deadly small plane crash there in Connecticut was an intentional act. Orland Hills Mayor Kyle Hastings says there is no record Ferris Freitag, a Jordanian, ever visited that village. Chicago's new system for investigating police misconduct may not be implemented until midway through next year. The Sun-Times reports Mayor Emanuel's proposed 2017 budget includes 6 months' worth of funding for the Civilian Office of Police Accountability. Illinois among 14 states that have received a year-long extension to comply with stricter federal requirements for driver's licenses and ID cards. The extension granted late yesterday means Illinois now has until October 10, 2017 to comply with the 2005 Real ID Act. Chicago sports, NHL last night, game 1 of the regular season. Blues over the Blackhawks, 5-2. The news, a service of Unbound. In places around the world, there are elders who long for community, connection, and opportunity to live with greater dignity. Sponsor an elder through Unbound and help bring a brighter tomorrow to one person who has helped us all build a better world. Meet one at unbound.org. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Turnkey.pro. From the Fox Business Network, here's Ginny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, Samsung Electronics expanding its recall of Galaxy Note 7 smartphones in the U.S. to include all replacement devices the company offered as a safe alternative. This comes after the original Note 7s were prone to catch fire. Samsung announcing earlier this week that it was discontinuing the product following reports that the replacements also were overheating. Gun sales setting another record last month, up 17 months in a row. The increasing sales are good for gun manufacturers. It's also a boon to the small businesses that sell guns and operate shooting ranges. Hurricane Matthew inflicting less damage than many feared. However, the storm forced businesses from Florida to North Carolina to close, putting thousands temporarily out of work. All told, Matthew causing around $10 billion in damage, according to an estimate from Goldman Sachs. Insurance companies will likely be liable for about $4 billion to $6 billion of that total. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Hillary Barsky.
8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Life should be an adventure, and so should your health. It's another can't-miss Health Quest radio show this Saturday morning. Dr. David Kolbaba.
I'm the host of Chicagoland's longest-running health news and science show. As a primary natural health care practitioner, I've been helping people just like you reach a higher place of health and longevity, utilizing more natural strategies as I believe our Creator meant it to be.
Create your adventure in health. Tune into Health Quest Radio every Saturday morning at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Julian Assange, Edward Snowden, Thomas Shaw.
A new leak from anonymous whistleblower Thomas Shaw has targeted the CIA in Berlin.
This October.
Shaw isn't just a whistleblower. He's a murderer.
Trust no one.
Which side are you on?
Don't miss the spy thriller critics are calling an exhilarating thrill ride.
You need to be careful, Daniel. What? Berlin
Station, a new original series. Premieres Sunday, 9/8 Central. Only on Epix.
America is taking the lead in energy.
Leading the world in oil and natural gas production. I vote to keep it going. With the right policies, we can produce, refine, and supply
more oil and natural gas.
And more abundant energy
means more affordable energy for American families.
A more secure America.
Jobs.
Opportunity and economic growth. For our children
and grandchildren.
That's why this election, I'm voting
for American energy.
Learn more at voteforenergy.org.
Join us and become an energy voter.
Brought to you by American Petroleum Institute.
8:06. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Edens is jammed. Peterson to the junction with a crash before Wilson on the right side. 34 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 37. At Kennedy, an hour and 5 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 33 minutes from Montrose, 25 on the Express, outbound 41 to the airport. The Ike, an hour and 20 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. An hour and 2 minutes from Manheim, outbound 52 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 8 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 36 minutes. Ryan is 29 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, really bottled up. Bryn Mawr to North Avenue, then Roosevelt to the Stevenson with a stalled bus on the ramp. Northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Tri-State southbound, stop and go Washington to 137. Northbound 115th to 83rd. 75th to 47th after the Cermak toll to the Grand Avenue curve. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, here is our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
A mostly sunny day today with a high 56. Clear and moonlit night, low 38 in the suburbs, mid-40s downtown. For tomorrow, mostly sunny day with a high 65 and another clear and moonlit night, low 52. Clouds and sun Saturday, high 72. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
39 at O'Hare, 42 along the lakefront. Next news coming up at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by MJ Miller & Company Jewelers. All that glitters is gold at MJ Miller Jewelers in downtown Barrington.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
He was like an octopus. It was like he had 6 arms. He was all over the place.
I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Who do you complain to? He owns the pageant. So there's no one to complain to.
Hey, you the clown that was scaring the kids back there?
That was a mistake. I'm sorry about that. I take responsibility.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're going to get to Trump and your calls on the allegations that have been alleged by multiple women, New York Times reporting, other outlets now picking it up. But I got to mention, Bob Dylan was awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature.
Yeah, he sure was. Shocking many.
And, so Don DeLillo doesn't get it. That's who a lot of, for those of you who have a Nobel Prize fantasy league.
Well, yeah, in your fantasy.
You probably had Don DeLillo, the author of White Noise, Libra.
Oh, yeah.
But
he lost out to Bob Dylan.
But the best tweet I've seen on it so far, Irvine Welsh, who's the author of Trainspotting, Scottish writer. I'm a Dylan fan, but this is an ill-conceived nostalgia award wrenched from the rancid prostates of senile, gibbering hippies. That's a writer.
That's
what he said. All right, now on to the he said, she said between Trump and a number of women. At the end of last hour, we played Jessica Leeds, who talked about an incident that allegedly occurred 35 years ago in first class on a flight. There are others.
Yes, and one is Tasha Dixon. She claims that Donald Trump, walked in on her and other beauty contestants, but we don't care. I mean, he never touched her, but she was just making a point that, he came in while they were changing. Oh no, it's a beauty pageant. It happens. You're on stage wearing less than what you're changing into. But then there's a woman named Temple Taggart, and she is former Miss Utah, and she says that when she met Donald Trump, he kissed her on the lips. That's all that happened. He, instead of shaking her hand, he kissed her on the lips. She said she felt embarrassed at the time. She was 27 years old, but now she's really concerned because she has a daughter, okay?
When I first heard the leaked tape, it's very unsettling. I mean, you don't want to hear anybody talking about women like that. I have a daughter now, and I don't want to get emotional, but yeah, it's really hard because you think of sending your little daughter out there, with men like that think like that. And I'm sorry, I hate getting emotional. But you look at your sweet little innocent daughter, and
I can't. It's almost too much. But these
when
women,
did that incident allegedly happen?
That happened in 1997. That he kissed her on her lips without consent. But I just
20 years ago,
and I am all about the equality and this feminist world that we live in. I understand that, but I think that these women are opportunists. And they're making it harder for real victims out there.
All right.
Because if you were on that plane, Dan, and you saw a man going up a woman's skirt, you and I and other people on the plane would take care of business. We'd kick him in the naughty bits. We'd get him off of her. So if there's anybody that was on that plane, love to hear from them. No, I would. And that stewardess
35 years ago. Hey,
and
anybody in first class with Trump and Jessica Leeds 35 years ago, call in.
Yeah, please.
What are you talking about?
I want cooperation. I want to know that these, it just sounds like this is too strange. They're all coming forward, and it has not stopped here. I bet there'll be 10 more women by day's end.
All right, let's get some calls in here. 312-642-5600. Jeff in Gurnee, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. Thanks for taking my call. Amy, I got to tell you, kick him in the naughty bits. That's hysterical. But a couple things. Number one, 30 years ago, I don't even remember what I did 3 years ago, and they're gonna bring that up. Number two, the guy was a billionaire back then. Why didn't they just sue him and cash in? So obviously this is all politically driven. And number three is an offside. Are we allowed to bring Dog Saturday to Joe Walsh?
Thanks for the call, Jeff. I don't
Sure.
have any idea
Bow,
what you're
wow,
talking
wow.
about. But it should be noted the Trump campaign did release a statement yesterday. It says, in part, the entire article, New York Times, is fiction. And for the New York Times to launch a completely false coordinated character assassination against Mr. Trump on a topic like this is dangerous. To reach back decades in an attempt to smear Mr. Trump trivializes sexual assault, which is what you said, Amy. And it sets a new low for where the media is willing to go in its efforts to determine this election. It is absurd to think one of the most recognizable business leaders on the planet with a strong record of empowering women in his companies would do things alleged in this story. And for this to only become public decades later in the final month of the campaign for president should say it all. That was the Trump campaign response.
And this all started because of that Billy Bush tape. And to think that NBC they had their edited version of it with Billy Bush out of it. So now that the tape was leaked, Billy Bush is being ridiculed for because they wanted to cut him out. They wanted Donald Trump to look bad and Billy Bush to look good.
Who gives a rat's ass about Billy Bush? Candace in DuPage County.
Okay, good morning. Now, Amy, you're an attractive woman, and I'm sure, especially 35 years ago, you had unwanted advances towards you, like maybe a peck in the cheek or, maybe somebody smooches you, like kind of Bob Hope-ish, which I kind of see.
Yeah, no, I know what happened in 1991.
But did you ever see yourself as a victim?
No. I pushed him off of me.
Okay, now the
Kicked
other
him in
thing
the
is,
naughty bits.
I had to do the same thing.
I will vote for this man no matter what because I believe with Mark Levin there's damage control for the country. So it doesn't matter what comes out in the next 30 days. But that woman from the New York Times, I don't believe a single shred. First of all, she's hideous. She's hideous.
Oh,
One thing about Trump is he's got good taste. Okay?
Well,
he's got good taste.
she's 74. She could have looked different.
Thanks for the call, Candace.
I want somebody who was on that plane to call in. 312-642-5600. No, I'm saying I want some reporter. Somebody had to. If that really happened, somebody
I'm sure
has to come
sure
forward
they remember
and say,
that flight 35 years ago like it was yesterday. Tom in Lafayette. Hey, Tom.
Hey, it's Tom from Lafayette.
Yeah.
Hey, sounds to me like the Sandra Fleck question from Anderson Cooper setting this all up.
The what question?
When George Stephanopoulos asked Mitt Romney about the
binders full of women.
Remember when George Stephanopoulos asked Mitt Romney specifically about I'm sorry, I have mental block.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
Well, thanks for the call, Tom. I don't remember. I don't know what question to Romney he's referencing. Maybe binders full. I don't know. Greg in Frankfurt.
Hi, am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
Look, I think there's a pretty easy way about this, the plane incident. From what I hear, their first-class planes don't have armrests, and this woman has claimed that he lifted up the armrest quite emphatically, and I think it would be pretty easy if you look up the plane that she claims to be on, the make and model of the plane, see if first-class had armrests. It's kind of like that old Sopranos episode of the seatbelt with the. I guess if you're a Sopranos fan, you might relate to that episode and the proof. Now, if there's no armrest, then that kind of punches a hole in the story.
Yeah.
And not only that, there's another. If you just do a little fact checking on the internet for what it's worth, the woman in Florida who claimed that she was grabbed. For what it's worth, it's reported that she is a two-time felon, one for child neglect, and just a little fact checking, and maybe if.
All right, thanks for the call, Greg. I appreciate it. Look, that's fine, and this is fine for discourse in terms of what Trump should do. In addition to saying the story is false, he should ignore it. If he goes after these women, then that will dominate the last 3.5 weeks of the campaign, and it would be a terrible political mistake for him.
What if he starts tweeting while we're sleeping? Oh, no.
Phil on the Northwest Side.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. It was a wonderful show earlier when I first got in my truck, and you were keeping my sanity. I thought, how nice is this? These guys are like the salt and light. I'm listening to all the talk about the attacks on the Catholic Church and the defense, the wonderful defense you guys are putting up. And now you play this horrible woman. I feel like I'm listening to the rest of the media. And then I think to myself, does anybody ever talk about how there was a little girl beaten into a coma when she was raped? And we're worried about if a rich guy kissed a woman and she didn't complain about it for the last 35 years? Because, he was very rich. So, it makes me wonder, how upset really were these girls?
Thanks, Phil. Ralph and Rantoul.
Yeah, good morning. I've flown a lot of first class and business class over the years, and I don't know about you, Dan, but I've personally kept a seating chart with hand-drawn sketches of all the people around me, as well as the serial number of the aircraft as I board it, as it's bolted to the bulkhead. Hey, look,
it's good to keep
I
records.
don't know if he's done this stuff or if he hasn't. The timing is coincidental. I don't mind a few coincidences, just not too many, because when too many coincidental things happen, there's usually something behind it. My wife and my daughter both despise Trump and think he is a flawed candidate and a jerk and a lot of other things that we can't say on the public airwaves. Plus, they don't talk like that anyway. But they're both going to vote for Trump because they realize that voting for Hillary means voting for the end of our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, our freedoms. And my daughter less so, like the end of our country as we know it. My wife and I are both a lot more concerned about it. I'd vote for a pile of steaming roadkill before I would vote for Hillary.
Thanks, Ralph.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
The P word invades Russia. We'll explain. But first, here's your forecast. Today, plenty of sunshine, breezy, a high of 56. Into the traffic center we go. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Southbound 53, pretty heavy this morning. Lake Cook to Kirchhoff, northbound Euclid to Northwest Highway. Edens is 35 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 42. Kennedy, an hour and 8 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound it's 40 minutes. The Eisenhower's an hour and 20 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, an hour 2 from Manheim, outbound 55 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound just 36 minutes. The Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to the Loop. Lakeshore Drive southbound slow going, Bryn Mawr to North Avenue and Roosevelt to the Stevenson, northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Tri-State southbound stop and go Washington to 137, northbound 115th most of the way to 31st, and from the Cermak toll to the Grand Avenue curve. That's traffic, AM 560, The Answer.
Here's David Kolsak, president of Turnkey IT, on how they do business differently.
It's been 20 years, and the business has changed probably 40 times in 20 years because technology changes every year, and you have to stay with it. You have to know where it's going and prognosticate where that is, and our clients really benefit from our knowledge and our experience and the way that we're reading the roadmap. We're putting them on things that are coming out in the future, and if it's not beneficial to the client, we won't be putting them on there. And a lot of people just fly by the seat of their pants. We have a director of information technology that his job is only to scout new technologies and how they can affect a small business. Every business, no matter if it's a funeral home, a manufacturer, a car dealer, whatever, we all rely on our information, and when that information isn't available, your business is shot. So our main purpose is to really do our very best to keep people up 100% of the time, to keep them backed up and make sure that they can do what they do, and we can deal with the technical stuff.
Leave the technical stuff to the pros at Turnkey so you can focus on the important things of your business. Visit turnkey.pro today.
Hiring people is probably the worst part of my job. It's such a hassle, the searching, the sorting through resumes. Most people don't have the right experience.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. Right from the start, you could tell it was going to make hiring a lot easier. One click and my job was posted to 100+ job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them. Thumbs up if I liked them, thumbs down if I didn't. No emails and attachments, printing up docs, phone calls, none of that.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I had the person we needed within 1 week. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter.
Whether you're looking to fill one position or 20, find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just one click away from 100+ job sites. ZipRecruiter, the fastest way to hire. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/work. That's ZipRecruiter.com/work. ZipRecruiter.com/work.
This is Bob.
Hi, I'm Bob.
His company put their trust in Air Comfort to keep their business running cool all summer. Bob knows the value of proper chiller maintenance that includes end-of-season service, so he'll be ready for next summer.
I'm ready.
Dave, on the other hand, thought he could put off servicing his chiller at the end of last season and had 3 complete shutdowns this summer. Needless to say, his staff and customers were not happy. Moral of the story? Preventative maintenance will save you time, money, and trouble. As the hot weather ends, you need maintenance on your chiller before the start of next season. Air Comfort has one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with a dedicated factory-trained chiller department that takes a scientific approach to analyzing your system and determining any needed maintenance. They know how to work on large equipment, perform an analysis of your chiller, and get you ready for next season. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
Attention market watchers. Until recently, the market hadn't seen back-to-back days of 500-point losses since November of 2008. What if you had no market exposure? What if you didn't have to worry about the markets? How would you sleep? Leave the volatility behind. Hi, this is Jack Taboda. Our proprietary income strategies provide reliable, inflation-protected income, guaranteed for life, with no market exposure. Call me at 630-777-7955. That's 630-777-7955. You've worked hard to build your wealth. I work hard to protect it. 630-777-7955.
Insurance products may be presented and guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the insurance company represented. Securities offered through ProEquities Inc., a registered broker-dealer and member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through Harvest Investment Services LLC, a registered investment advisor. Taboda and Associates and Harvest Investment Services LLC are independent of ProEquities Inc.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so Sergei Lavrov, he's I was about to say Soviet foreign minister, Russian foreign minister, although Soviet is not too far off from the Putin regime. He sat down with Christiane Amanpour, and she asked him about the U.S. presidential election, and Mr. Lavrov used the word of the week in describing it.
Russia had its own riot moment. What do you think of Donald Trump's riot moment?
Well, I don't know whether this would. English is not my mother tongue. I don't know whether I would be. I would sound. Decent. There are so many around your presidential campaign on both sides that I prefer not to comment about this.
There's so many P words on both sides that he prefers not to comment.
Oh my goodness! I wasn't expecting that.
Oh, it's nice when you can yuck it up with the instrument of an autocrat. For more on Mr. Lavrov's yucking it up with Christiane Amanpour, as well as the Russian hacking and other matters, we're happy to be joined again by world chess master, chess champion, and chairman of the Human Rights Foundation. He's Garry Kasparov. Gary, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Yeah, good morning.
So let's start with the Russian hacking. This has been a much debated topic in the light of these emails that were WikiLeaked this week, the John Podesta emails. Lavrov earlier in the week denied that Russians had anything to do with the hacking. What's your take on it and the importance of whether the Russians were involved or not?
Look, English is not my mother's tongue. I love it. But from what I heard from him, clearly he hasn't denied it. He said you couldn't prove it. And adding up what Putin said a couple of weeks before, something like, it didn't matter who revealed the documents, these emails. What was important is the substance. For me, it's a clear indication that KGB was behind it. I always said that while everybody can edit Wikipedia, only KGB can edit WikiLeaks. Well, it's also quite amazing to see that Assange, who was a favorite of liberal media, now is revealed as a KGB stooge.
Mm-hmm.
Well, John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman, said they're blaming the Russians, saying that they're trying to help Donald Trump. Do you think Putin wants Donald Trump to be president?
Absolutely. He's looking for his choice, and Trump is absolutely perfect one because he's an ideal counterpart for Putin's geopolitical agenda. And by the way, when you look at what Trump has been saying, it's probably the only consistent element in his policies that otherwise are filled with flip-flops and contradictions. He has every opportunity to support Western sanctions against Russia for its blatant military takeover and annexation of Crimea. He failed doing so. He had every opportunity to support and to say that he believed in NATO and its charter that commits its signatory to come to the aid of any NATO member when attacked. He failed doing so. He is refusing to release his taxes that could prove or otherwise that he's financially in hock to Russian oligarchs who are believed to have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in his development.
Gary, what about Hillary Clinton and the Russian reset? That has been nothing but a boon to Putin over the last 7 years, and his expansionism and Hillary's business relationships.
Look, Obama's foreign policy was a disaster. It's probably the worst results that in my memory. But the problem is that instead of reviewing the lack of American leadership and disastrous results of Obama's foreign policy, the GOP nominated the only candidate who avoided taking positions in line with long-standing American foreign policies, and he was repudiating traditional GOP stances.
What does Putin do next, regardless of who the next president is?
No, I think Putin's agenda is to create chaos worldwide and to denounce and ideally to ruin institutions like NATO, European Union, and all alliances that all have been guarding stability and peace for decades. And as for the U.S. elections, I think Putin will be looking for every opportunity to seed doubts among Americans about its outcome. So that's why I've been predicting for months that he would be attacking voters' registration databases across the land. And now we heard it from American intelligence confirming these fears.
Do you think Putin wants war with America?
No, Putin wants to stay in power. And anti-American propaganda was the cornerstone of his domestic policies, because while the economy is in free fall, he, as every dictator, needed something to replace economic results. And he needs foes, he needs enemies worldwide, and of course, defying America and American president. And unfortunately, Obama gave him so many opportunities to look strong. So defying America is a very important, if not the most important, element of Putin's campaign to prove that he's invincible.
He is chess master and chairman of the Human Rights Foundation, Gary Kasparov. Gary, is all too brief, but thank you for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Townstone Financial is synonymous with great rates, low closing costs, and phenomenal service to the thousands who have completed purchases and refinances with us since 2002. Hi, my name is Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear from Jim, who just completed a no-cost refinance with Townstone Financial.
I would recommend Townstone to anybody, and I do. I always knew where we were. I knew the dates. I knew when I had to have information. There was no fire drills. The overall experience was, off the charts. I've not experienced, there's very few companies that I've encountered that really deliver that customer experience, and that's what sets you guys apart, hands down.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111, or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financials, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois, mortgage licensee 6629 and NMLS 136639, equal housing lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Podesta emails and female allegations against Donald Trump. We'll cover it all with Trump surrogate Steve Cortez at 8:38.
But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 2 Boston police officers remain in critical condition at this hour. They were gunned down last night by a man wearing body armor and armed with an assault rifle.
We have 2 officers shot in an incident. Right now it looks like it was possibly a domestic incident gone bad.
It happened in East Boston last night. That suspect reportedly wearing body armor when the officers encountered him and shots were fired. Donald Trump wants a retraction and an apology for a story in the New York Times, quoting 2 women who claimed they were inappropriately groped and kissed by him years ago. Donald Trump's running mate, Mike Pence, Also says newly leaked emails from the Clinton campaign show a contrast in ethic between the two campaigns.
This avalanche of emails, Bill, is just astounding. Even revelations today that have come out that where now John Podesta apparently told a U.S. senator that he agreed that the Iranian deal was the worst deal since the 1940s.
The Indiana governor commenting on Fox News. Controversies aside, Donald Trump campaigning in the swing states of Florida and Ohio. The Republican presidential nominee will hold rallies in West Palm Beach and Cincinnati, while Hillary Clinton will be in San Francisco today for a California Celebrates Hillary fundraiser after stumping in Las Vegas last night. The U.S. military has retaliated following 2 incidents last week in which missiles from Houthi-controlled territory in Yemen fired at naval ships. Today, the U.S. launched Tomahawk cruise missiles, destroying 3 coastal radar sites. Rains are hitting Bermuda as Category 4 Hurricane Nicole moves closer. The chairman and CEO of Wells Fargo is resigning after that bank's phony account scandal. Cubs will find out later tonight who their opponent will be in the National League Championship Series. It's Game 5 between the Dodgers and the Nationals. Chicago sports last night on the ice. First regular season contest, Blues over the Blackhawks, 5-2. The news, a service of Cabela's. Hurry into Cabela's Take Aim event and find great deals on all of your favorite brands. Take up to an additional 50% off the lowest marked price on select items at their Bargain Cave Blowout. In-store only at Cabela's in Hoffman Estates and Hammond. 8:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher explains what a Trump win means.
Do you realize that a victory for Donald Trump is a defeat for the New York Times? Beating Hillary means you're going to beat NBC? I don't think I've ever wanted a presidential candidate to win as badly as I want Donald Trump to win, if for no other reason that it's going to wipe the smirks off so many people.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
Hey, you've heard how Automated Systems excels at assisting companies with systems integration and FDA compliance, but they're also a staffing leader. They supply handpicked elite leadership, subject matter experts, and proven technical professionals in engineering, quality control, and FDA compliance to support the life sciences field in executing mission-critical projects. ASI provides highly specialized pros to deliver projects on time and budget. Don't pay a lot more to a big consulting firm, and don't trust the big temp agencies to supply the talent you need. Call Laz, my friend Laz at Automated Systems, when failure isn't an option. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life sciences companies, from big pharma to startups, and excel through a culture of excellence in execution. For a staffing, compliance, or automation evaluation, call Laz now at Automated Systems at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI or AutomatedSYS.com.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com. The following is a paid announcement.
Since 1983, Illinois has had 6 governors, more than 200 state senators, and more than 500 state representatives. But one man has remained. For more than 30 years, Illinois has had one Speaker of the House, Michael Madigan. Known as the King of Illinois, Madigan is the most powerful politician the state has ever seen. Now, a new documentary film is taking an unprecedented look at the Speaker's power and influence. More than 1 million Illinoisans have already watched the trailer for Madigan, Power, Privilege, Politics. Illinois' political machine doesn't want you to see this film, but we're bringing it to theaters across the state. Illinoisans deserve to know that without term limits, one man has taken total control of our democracy. Tickets are going fast. To watch the trailer and reserve your seat at a documentary screening near you, go to michaelmadigan.com today. That's michaelmadigan.com. You don't want to miss this.
8:38. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Kennedy's jammed. Nagle to Ohio, an hour and 5 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 42 minutes from Montrose, 27 on the express. Outbound 39 to the airport. Eden's 32 minutes. Lake Cook to the junction, outbound 45. The Eisenhower, an hour and 26 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 43 minutes. The Ryan, looking at 31 minutes from 95th to the Loop. The Tri-State Tollway, still heavy southbound Washington to 137. Northbound stop and go 95th to 31st. And the Cermak toll to the Grand Avenue curve. Reagan Tollway delays from the Aurora toll to 59. Naperville Road to Highland and York to the Tri-State. Veterans Memorial jammed I-55 to the Reagan Tollway. The Army Trail toll to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. We'll have sunny skies today, breezy conditions, and a high of 56. 41 at O'Hare, 45 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Secure Retirement Radio with Raj Shah. Sunday mornings at 7, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
See Alan West and Michelle Malkin at Freedom Summit Chicago 2016. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So Trump has a lot of ground to cover with the release of the Podesta emails that provide opportunity for the Trump campaign, as well as the accusations by multiple women of Trump's inappropriate, unwanted touching, which provide challenges for the Trump campaign, and he's got a lot of ground to make up, particularly among female voters, particularly among college-educated female voters. And we're going to talk to Trump surrogate Steve Cortez in just a moment. But let's get to Bob and Lyle first, because this is a question we've been asking all morning. How do you suggest, here's the landscape. He's down 33 among women. And that is...
He's not going to win with that.
You can't win. He's got to reduce that deficit. And so what would you suggest Trump do in light of the stories in the New York Times and elsewhere today, these women making allegations, and generally to make the case to female voters that Donald Trump is not the creepster that he has been characterized to be by the media over the last several days? Bob and Lyle, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me on. I've been on for a while. Yes, he has to come and be the reformer for the women's causes. And he really needs to set up a program where he can either donate or have people in charge of about 7 different major issues that have affect women. And I think if he does that and he apologizes again for his past, and that he is going to reform the way that women are treated and everything else in the United States, wages, and that he's going to promise to have his cabinet and all those that are involved in his political realm to have an equality, because obviously, I mean, America's made up of both men and women, and he needs to get their votes. So he needs to do this in order to get the female vote.
All right. Thanks for the call, Bob.
I think maybe he should admit that he's a womanizer and go to a 12-step program. He's an addiction to women.
That's a good time for a 12-step. This is a good time for a 12-step program, the last 30 days of the campaign. Interesting. We'll take more calls on this. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. What Donald Trump should do to address this issue and the larger structural problem he has in terms of the deficit among female voters. But let's go to a professional in the space first. He's Steve Cortez. He's a member of Donald Trump's Hispanic Advisory Council and a Trump campaign surrogate. Steve, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
You bet. Thanks for having me. Good morning, Dan and Amy.
So address the question. What should Trump do given the 33-point deficit he faces that he has got to shave down in order to be elected president?
Well, I think two things. One is we need to talk about how he has treated women professionally in the Trump organization and in the Trump campaign. I think we need to really highlight, for example, Kellyanne Conway, who's our campaign manager, who's an incredibly strong, incredibly intelligent and charming woman, and that he empowers women like Kellyanne Conway, like his daughter, like many executives in his organization. So rather than salacious, unfounded accusations, let's focus on the knowable track record of Donald Trump and what he's done for women professionally. And then I think secondly, we need to, and this is more important in my view, we need to talk to the issues that I think really concern women today, and I think it's primarily economic growth. Many women are working extremely hard, many of them in two-income households, and despite two incomes, they still can't keep up. Average American hasn't had a pay increase since the year 2000. So women are struggling, like men, women are struggling to pay their bills, to afford child care. We have answers on child care, something Republicans have really never addressed before in any serious way. So serious policy proposals there, and a way to get out of this economic malaise we're in, where we're dealing with, at best, it seems 1% growth. America's just too great a country to accept that kind of economic mediocrity, and I think it's been perhaps even more punishing to a lot of working moms than it is necessarily to men. So I think if we speak to that and offer an optimistic, forward-looking growth plan of lower taxes, lower regulation, of child care tax credits, I believe we can then convince some of those unconvinced women that we have their best interests at heart and that we have a strategy for growth and security going forward.
And in addition to that, if Trump would get a public vasectomy, that would probably help.
Yeah, no comment.
I don't even want to go there. But how bad do you think this is going to get? I mean, we had, 6 women so far come forward. Do you have any, did you see this coming by any chance? Is it Trump surrogate?
No, I certainly did not. But I can't say I'm surprised by the New York Times and mainstream media that they're going to pull these kinds of stunts this late in the game. I think the mainstream media is shocked that Hillary Clinton hasn't already put this election away, and the polls show us that she certainly has not. After Trump's very strong showing in the debate on Sunday night, the polls have tightened dramatically, and some of them, like Rasmussen today, even show Trump in the lead. So this is still very much a horse race, and I think that scares the mainstream media to death. I was in New York just the last 2 days doing a lot of media hits, and I have to tell you, in the cable newsrooms of New York City, they are apoplectic at the thought that Donald Trump is still viable in this election. So I don't doubt any dirty tactics, but to pull out unsubstantiated allegations from 30 years ago, to go down that road, I don't want to go down it on the Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton side because I just think it's unworthy of a presidential race. They've chosen to go down it with just full abandon. I want to talk about growth and security, and I think if we talk those macro issues, most Americans will agree, and that's not my opinion. Polling shows this: 70% of Americans think we're headed in the wrong direction. We are less prosperous and less safe than we should be, and if we focus on those macro issues, I think Americans will realize that the status quo is not okay, and that Hillary Clinton is the candidate of the status quo, that she is ethically unfit to be commander-in-chief, and I think they'll come around then to our forward-looking vision of an outsider, Donald Trump, who's ready to really shake up, not tinker on the edges, but really dismantle the Washington establishment.
All right, so we've talked about the challenges facing Donald Trump this week. The opportunity has been presented by WikiLeaks' release of thousands of John Podesta emails, which show coordination between the Clinton campaign and the State Department, the Justice Department, unprofessional, inappropriate, perhaps illegal, in addition to communications between John Podesta and surrogates that amount to Catholic bigotry. What's your reaction to those emails and their utility the last 4 weeks?
Right, and I'm certainly hopeful. I think it's a treasure trove for us. I really do. The only problem is there's almost too much treasure. It's hard to know where you should focus. I would like to focus on the Kavik issue, and it's interesting, by the way, though, the way that I have to hand it, I guess, to the New York Times and to the mainstream media to some degree. Today, I was scheduled to do a lot of television talking about this Catholic bigotry issue, and those all got canceled. Why? Because now they want to talk about this New York Times story instead. But I do think it's important, and I think Catholics and all Americans, but particularly people of faith, need to know just how condescendingly these people view us. And these emails have unveiled their heart. And, Donald Trump in the debate said there's a lot of hate in her heart. He took a lot of grief for that statement, but I think it's true. She calls us deplorable. And the basket, by the way, of deplorables is going to have to get a heck of a lot bigger because her staff, and these are top staffers, these are not junior people, chairman of her campaign, head spokesman for her campaign, paid, highly ranked staffers, in these emails told us that they think 70 million American Catholics belong in that basket of deplorables. They said that we subscribe to a religion that is a, quote, dictatorship of the Middle Ages. They made plans to try to infiltrate the Catholic Church. They denigrated people who raise their children in the Catholic faith. They said they do so for political reasons because it's the only acceptable way to be a conservative Christian in their rich social circle. So just demeaning, bigoted talk that I thought was buried before I was born. I thought that stuff was buried when JFK became president in the 1960s, but it seems it has not been buried. And their arrogance and their condescension, and by the way, too, just as an aside, as a Catholic, the idea that they truly believe that a few political operatives believe that they can infiltrate and change our 2,000-year-old faith, I mean, it's really despicable. She needs to fire these people. She needs to repudiate their statements, or else I don't want to hear one word from her about bigotry or equality. Enough lecturing us when within your own house you have anti-Catholic bigots, and we know it now. We've seen it in writing.
All right, he is Steve Cortez, a member of Trump's Hispanic Advisory Council and a Trump campaign surrogate. Steve, thanks as always for being with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Oh, I don't know. Hey, plenty of sunshine today, but cool. A high of 56 degrees. Your phone call's coming up, too, by the way. 312-642-5600. Grab a line. Any advice for Donald Trump? Any advice on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Well, Amy, prepare for a long commute on your inbound Kennedy this morning. Delays start at Austin. Right now it's an hour and 3 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 44 minutes from Montrose, 29 in the Express. The Ohio feeder's backed up. Outbound 17 minutes to Montrose, 40 to the airport. Eden's 27 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 43. The Eisenhower is even worse than the Kennedy, an hour and 27 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, an hour and 8 minutes from Manheim, outbound 39 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 37 minutes. The Ryan, 31 minutes from 95th to the Loop. Lakeshore Drive, very slow southbound Bryn Mawr to North Avenue, and 18th for the Stevenson. Northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Tollways are improving with the northbound tri-state still really a heavy 95th to 31st, then from the Cermak toll to the Grand Avenue curve. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Dan Proft here, guys. When it comes to your health, do you know your numbers? You may know your blood pressure and cholesterol, but do you know your testosterone number? Yeah, your testosterone number. I know mine thanks to my friends at Low T Center. Low T Center made it easy for me. I walked in, took a simple blood test. Thanks to the convenience of their on-site lab, got my testosterone results in just 20 minutes. Voila! It was easy. If you've noticed a decline in energy and stamina, a lack of motivation, or just a down mood as you've gotten older, you may very well have low testosterone. Low T levels can make you feel grumpy and tired. They can even raise your cholesterol or cause weight gain. At Low T Center, treatment is covered by most health insurance, so you don't hesitate to find out what your number is. I'm sure glad I did. You owe it to yourself to call 630-409-4305. That's 630-409-4305. Give my friends at Low T Center a call and tell them Dan Proft sent you. That's me. The number is 630-409-4305, or visit them online at lowtcenter.com. I'm Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity. In 2008 and 2012, millions of Americans confused the use of proper syntax with smarts. Policy judgment was subordinated to style. The results? 400,000 dead in Syria and a refugee crisis in the aftermath. 4 dead Americans in Benghazi, a political Islamist terrorist organization that graduated from the JV team to Christian genocide in the Middle East and domestic carnage in Orlando and San Bernardino. A wildly unpopular, unfinanceable, and even crazy, in the words of Bill Clinton, backdoor government takeover of health insurance. And 2 left-wing Supreme Court justices who find constitutional penumbras and emanations to justify every big government gambit and freedom-constricting folly. It would be unwise to again make complete sentences versus staccato speech, the determinative dichotomy dichotomy for the presidency. Trump's imprecision with language is frustrating, but Trump is directionally correct on issues ranging from immigration to military readiness to tax reform, and his advisors have nicely filled in the details. Hillary lies in complete sentences to recast 30 years of failed policies and catastrophic judgments that have inflicted untold human suffering, all while she has leveraged our government for her personal gain. Your choice, America.
Congratulations to all who took the Balance of Nature Challenge. Success stories are pouring in.
Since I've been taking these supplements, these veggies and fruit, it's great. I feel energized.
I had my physical, and my glycemic index was down 0.4, or 6.4 down to 6.0. I was only on it for 2 months. And, edgy about getting my numbers back on my glycemic reading, my blood test before I had my physical. When the doctor told me I was down 0.4, and he seemed surprised by it, I kind of smiled. I didn't tell him what I was doing,
Good health is only a phone call away. What are you waiting for? Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
How should Trump respond, or should he respond at all? Ann B. Davis's bowling ball texted, Trump can start by taking my wife furniture shopping.
Oh, stop
that
it.
Seems like a good idea.
You know what? I will say this. If he dares, during the middle of the night while we're sleeping, to start getting on a Twitter war with any of these women, that would be the worst thing he could do. He should just lay low like J-Lo, stand down, let this pass.
You're so hip with the lingo.
I am. I try my hardest.
Tom and Schomburg, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Thanks for taking my call. If any of these unwanted advances allegedly made by Donald Trump, show me the police report. Show me the settlement checks that Donald Trump wrote to settle these matters. Show me anything to substantiate these allegations. And how in the world could someone make an allegation, unsubstantiated allegation like this, to a major newspaper and it become front page news? I don't get it. On the other hand, there's the emails. And I think Vladimir Putin summed it up best. What kind of a media cares nothing about the content, but only about the source of the emails? This is just plain laughable.
Thanks, Tom. Trump University grad. I believe he was an English major. Sean from Elmwood Park.
Sean.
I think you wrap your arms around the fact this man is 70 years old, lived through the 60s when everybody was sleeping with everybody. Embrace it and you say, I was promiscuous because I loved women, not because I hate them. I loved them and they loved me back. And if some dingbat on an airplane says rubbing my areolas is okay, but you don't go south of my belly button, she's the schizophrenic, not Donald Trump. So, I mean, to deny yourself after spending 40 years of being braggadocious, and then you prove the collusion between the media. Yeah. And then you end with, apparently this country isn't ready for a heterosexual president because all the allegations of men against Obama and women against Hillary Clinton, they go ignored. But me, Donald Trump, it's all embraced. So just bring out Sinclair. I'd fly him back from Europe and tell your story.
All right,
That's what I would do.
Thanks, Sean.
You go.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Chuck Spaveri, CEO of Spaveri's Custom Counters, a Chicagoland manufacturer of residential and commercial countertops. If there's a local commercial bank who knows how to get a deal done, it's Signature Bank. When my brother and I needed it, Signature Bank came through with a creative financing solution. That's because Signature Bank has experience working with